and broken them. So, yay Todd. There we go. Let me fix those spotlights first of all. I don't really know how he managed that, but anyway. Okay, right. So, that's done. Let us world script of entity, hive entity, attempt resin spawn. Hive entity. Okay, and where? Sorry, attempt. Okay, that's excuse me. That is okay. That's the internal bit. Work floor excavator. Unity suspended. Yeah, that's won't be num rays, will it? That'll be 3. It's always 3 turrets. And muzzle flash. Is it 12 muzzle flashes? No, that's num rays, okay. And just to check, the error was on line 128, which was that one there, so it was 3, yeah. Quick issue with lurk floor excavator. Error when unloading. Okay, I guess it's oh, I remember. We were looking at resin, weren't we? Let's see where we're at. Good morning, Dr. CID. I've also had some ideas of making that teleport less horrid. I try to point out the teleport length is the blur effect. The Springload Odyssey was complaining about it. The length of it is related to how quickly you teleport as well. But yeah, frame rate takes a definite hit when viewing these. That's interesting. Don't know why, but it does. Right, am I winning the battle now? Do I just have to sit down and just freeze on boost my base? I guess I probably do, actually. Unfortunately, I've hit 4, haven't I? This is a full single unit capacity one. So what I may have to do is cheat. So let's do that. 2-4 particle. Oh, okay, I could have cheated by looking at it. Okay, I can cheat by looking at it and pressing right control. Awesome. Doug's opinion says it isn't about time for you to make something fresh and new. Somebody hasn't been paying attention on Thursdays. Fridays. Okay, cool. I can make loads of gas and have a drink while I do it. It's interesting, not as quickly as I had expected. Actually, let's make that. I just basically want to just do it quickly. Hey, pussycat. So I still working out properly. Let the coffee kick in. Sorry, I guess it can only count. It can only do 3 a second, can't it? I don't think I can cheat on these ones, can I? I can't tell. They're very quick once they get enough gas. And then this should be able to take 4 gas bottling units. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Was it 5 by 5? 3 by 3, that one. Yeah, full-size gas collection plant is actually a fairly impressive site. Again, with FortressCraft, I try and encourage people to think big, to think very big, and still I'm saddened by how big they don't think, and then complain something's big enough. I think in this particular case, potentially a little justified, as I think these things are a tad expensive. Not massively expensive. The problem is, of course, they're a machine that gives infinite resources. Once you built it, you get resources forever. So it can't be cheap, because otherwise you could just build millions of them. Or it is cheap and gives infinite resources, but you need absolutely enormous amounts. It doesn't, it all has to balance out. And it's why I get people going, oh, you should put mirrors in the game. I'm like, well, you have lasers. Oh, yeah, but the mirrors will be cheaper. I'm like, what you actually are saying to me then, I should put cheaper lasers in the game. And that's it's not the same as putting mirrors in. It's not different functionality. It's just a different rebalance. And that very much applies here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. And good morning, Ordinasty. Ordinasty or Nasty? I don't know. 3, 4, 5. And as again with everything else, spread it out, or you'll end up making a completely incomprehensible base. I can hear the launching taking place on the surface. Given that it's supposed to be such a big and rare firing, for normal people who aren't cheating, I think that's okay. More drink. Oh, Puskins, it's just water. Drink it up. CPH offline? Oh, CPH is offline. Come on, reboot already. I've never actually been affected by that before, I don't think. Baby, what is it? Wait, where are you? I can't even see him. There we go. Oh, I love it all kicking in like that. It looks awesome. So I tend to book my car in for a service. I swear, I spend my whole life booking cars in for stuff. Hello, Puskins. What's the matter with you? Huh? There's sunshine. But what are you silly puss? I think he's sad because yesterday I literally spent the whole day on the sofa playing computer games, and he just like slept with me the whole day. So I think he. Yes, Eric, of course I realised that. I wrote it. I just can't be bothered. Ajax, what? He's just sitting in the hallway and meowing at the ceiling. But a little bit concerned why the frame rate takes such a dip here. I may have to look and see which these aren't instants, possibly. Like, that's pretty bad. That really is pretty bad. But I am succeeding. Might be the... It shouldn't be the lights. Lights are cheap. it might be the lights. I'm not actually sure what parts of these are instants and which ones aren't. I don't know where the break-even point is, by the way. It's probably quite low, probably 5 or 10. Shouldn't be, but no, see, none of these should be expensive. I mean, it's not fast here either, so it might not be the rendering. It could be just the culling. Now, I don't know for a fact, I've just realised, I don't know for a fact that my... Oh, well, I have been cheating, so yeah, that actually gives plenty of freeze on, though. I've just realised, I don't know for a fact, though, that my Minoc farm is actually loaded automatically, so I need to run a laser to it. Oh, Unity, go away. Oh, it is, okay. Well, it was when I jumped down there, so... no, Erica, because all of that's done on the thread. I can prove that it's not the case, because if I run away, look, the frame rate's back again. So it's something to do with rendering, or not graphical simulation as such, rendering or... the other word. Now, did I script the... Darn it, I did. Rendering or culling. Possibly lighting culling. Possibly one of them cast shadows. You see, now that will do it. One does not simply cast shadows when one shouldn't. I've had to remove all the shadow casting stuff, sadly. That's the Minox running. I'll just make sure they actually have a thing. Ordinarily, you can't just type the words frustrum check. That doesn't mean anything. What I can potentially do, though, is grab a few frames in the profiler and offer up a small prayer that the game doesn't crash. Now I need to restart it in deep profiling mode. Ow. Right. Don't recall. Deep profile. Go. Sorry, Erica, I think you're missing the point here. You seem to be commenting on like the efficiency of the way I'm playing. I'm in the editor and I get unlimited of everything. I have unlimited coal coming through. The Minox are eating as fast as they can. I'll have a full hive mind back up. So remember, I know how it works. You don't. I know exactly how this system works. Exactly how it works under the hood. 100%. You just know, you think you know how it works. No, the hive mind will be absolutely going flat out. There's no question there. I'm more worried about running up coal. Okay, so basically I need to wait for it to page in, and then grab a couple of frames into the profiler and see if I can work out what it is. Probably I won't. This is the thing. What I found is usually it turns out to be just drawing lots of things takes a long time. Okay, sometimes I get surprised though. No, it's Erikel, and I'm saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying this hive mind does grow at full speed. I'm also saying that freeze on boosting is awesome because we checked. I am saying that Minox setup guarantees 100% of items get eaten. Yeah, so it's behave. Oh, I didn't grab the GPU. Screw you. Don't get me wrong, that's pretty slow. Oh, the ablators. Oh, yeah, I have 90 ablators. So yeah. Oh. Okay, the workflow actuators are a bit expensive. I can't actually tell what it is, though. Set forwards, okay. Yeah, aiming the forwards of these is a little expensive. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. It's probably these. Oh. Yes, it's going to be... See, I can do that, and then I can do... And that is turned down from a plus equal... That's going to be 4, right? That's going to be marginally cheaper. But only a very tiny amount cheaper. Muzzle flash I dot active self equals false. Surprisingly, that one isn't expensive. I would have thought it would have been, but it's not. It's this one. It's constantly rotating it. Because I'm getting it's the allocation of fours which is recreating the entire quaternion. The only thing I can think of is to not update it segments not visible. Yeah. I'm not brilliantly happy about my solution, but what I'll do is I'll round robin them. I doubt you'll notice the fact they're not moving at the full frame rate. So if ln base mod 3 equals mn. Oh, if ln base equals updates mod 3. Oh, have I already got one? We do. What was it called? High frequency updates. I'll also we'll just call this one update visuals. Not spelled like that though. Just so I get better profiling. How many did I have as well? 13. Yeah, that's very expensive for 13. Right, let's see if that gets me anything, and then we'll have a look at the work for excavators, which were somewhat expensive. Sorry, the ablators and stuff, but not massively so. Yeah, but Eric, that's pointless. That means it will be expensive for those 10 rotations, which is what, 2 minutes or something. That's quite a long time. That's the problem. Problem is usually the worst case scenario rather than the snap scenario. But yeah, okay, that is actually quite noticeable, isn't it? Having said that, the frame rate's still pretty low. But you can't notice it there. But yeah, if you think what you just said, so it's done about 1 rotation so far. Yeah, probably I can show him. I will. It's a pain in the ass to keep them all up to date. Okay, let's grab a few frames then. Let's see what we can get. So rendering is acceptable. We only have one shadow casting light. That's good. Things that aren't helpful. That. 433 things rotating nearby. Actually, I'm quite surprised that we're actually getting any updates of those ones. Also, frame rate drops low enough, it stops rotating things in a kind of a... No, let's not. Cool. Well, the workflow activators are now... Well, having said that, it's still fairly expensive. Surprising. I mean, it's 52 calls to set forwards, which is not... It's not a lot. And the ablator, again, that's just lots of crap. That's lots of idiotic crap by the looks of it, rather than anything that's... But that's nowhere near as cheap as I want it to be, and it looked rubbish, so I may have to think... I may have to think a little bit more on that one. Like that's 4 to 5 milliseconds. You see, is just too many. I mean, that is just too many. Now, unfortunately, I do have to look at this because I am expecting the user to create a lot of these ablators. Oh man. Does that ever go true? Potentially. Okay, so I tell you what I can do. That can go off on another thread. Vector 3. I could call it LPOS for now. And then comment that one out. Oopsie. Comment that one out. And then we'll call this MUnity World. MUnity dig pos. And then should calculate that. Where do I actually update xdig? I'm recalculating this every single frame, and there's absolutely no point because what I can do is I can just calculate it once on the low frequency update. Eric, I don't believe that you can keep a full speed hive mind running off 6 ablators. That's 6 blocks every 2.5 seconds. 2.4 blocks per second. I assure you, a full speed hive mind can go a lot faster than that. Now, where do we actually set digx? Digx becomes equal to checkx. There we go. Oh, do we actually not have a pop-up for these? Okay. Really? What's it called? It's not builds. That's one resource to build with. Okay, Shift Unity Editor. Yeah, you see, you drazzle? That's not yug, is it? Yeah, you drazzle. Anyway, yeah, that's not enough. 22 refined resin is just nowhere near what the scale I was thinking. Currently, I've got it pegged for back of a thing. It's 200 times 100, 20,000 ore to charge it. So you want 20,000 an hour, and you're outputting 1,000. Okay. Probably be enough. Puskins. I don't know what's wrong with my cat today. Wait. Oh, that's the sun. Okay. Okay, I may have a bug. That's possible. Looks cool, but wrong. Now it's going to be slightly awkward because I need to actually go and look at the hive mind now to get the readout. Without digging the hive mind up. It's built 630 blocks so far. So yeah, you ain't doing that at 2.5 per 8. Yeah, when you say full speed, that picture doesn't say shit. That actually shows missiles. When you say full speed, yeah, I don't think you have got it full speed. Yeah, so now I've got 9 resources. It's built for 1,300. Yeah, my point is, if you look at how much it's actually building, yeah, it's building significantly more than 2 per second. That's closer to 25 per second. That is closer to a full speed thing. I can't remember how many it has to have stored to be at full speed. There's a cap. It capped at 2,500. Build count caps out at... Wait, what's super grow? Oh yeah, we don't turn on super grow. Yeah, so it builds at a rate of, it caps out at 5, so more than 11 resources should be full speed. I mean, quite clearly, demonstrably, I'm not keeping up here. Come on, load up. Yeah, see, that's it scanning. You're not supposed to have blocks there. That's the laser resin. That's the ablators looking for stuff. Yeah, quite clearly, even this setup's not managing to completely nobble it. Though I didn't build across the front, which I should have. Hey, Jax. Kitty. There's so many things for him to snuggle up with and be happy with in this room. So many soft and lovely things for him here. And he's like standing outside another door and just howling. Yeah, pussykins, darling, I'm still here. It's a shame to us that cats aren't a bit smarter. Then I realised that if cats were smarter, they would probably run the world. Yeah, you would. You'd run the world because you're such a clever kitty. Yes, you would. Come on, sit on my lap, or go to sleep quietly, or something. Okay. I don't know if there's going to be enough power, but we'll see. That will be. Cool. Let's see if that actually clears through. So I haven't freeze on boosted everything. But I would like to. But I'm expecting the player to have to run their resin farm flat out. And I mean flat out. Not, I've got it under control, flat out. As the ultimate goal, not as the kind of first goal, but as the final goal. And I'd say, I'm sure people will get it wrong and they will try and run for they can walk, but that's definitely not the goal. Yeah, so we do need to fix some rendering stuff though. And performance is definitely just smacked. That actually looks particularly bad because we're running at such a low frame rate and they're desperately trying to get it less. I haven't really got a good solution for that. Okay, I'll get to one. We are actually maxed out on injections. So I could put a freeze-on injector on every other one of these without too much effort, I think. Those of you who are not freeze-on injecting your hive minds, you're doing it wrong. Definitely a smaller storage hopper. Bollocks. Right, so we're going to freeze on boost all of these as well. Oh, not that way, eh? Excuse the messiness, though. And the darkness. Oh, something down. No order nasty. Lasers and ablaters. Liquid and ablaters are 2-1. Or 1-2. Eric, because the Orbital Railgun needs a lot of resin. Plus, I also think that the resin handling is the coolest thing. One of the coolest, most original things in FortressCraft. The cryo base comes kind of a close second. We are actually boosting these, right? Storing freeze on ready to inject. It doesn't actually mention if it's boosted or not. Please do. I'm just going to check the liquefiers. Just going to check these two actually take gas. I'm 99.9% sure they are. Now less so. Okay. I may have screwed it up. I'm just going to go make sure the cat is actually okay. Please hold. What's the matter? What's wrong? So, I know we cuddled you all year, but then it's my birthday. I can't do that every day. If I spent all day cuddling you every day, I couldn't write any computer games, and I'd run out of money, and I'd have to sleep on the streets and sail you on street corners. And that's what I'd have to do. What a silly puss you are. But I'm here. I'm always here. My lap's here. That's my lap, and that's Sunshine. And he's immediately said, "Screw this," and gone to sleep down on the towel. One-to-one isn't the most efficient ratio. The liquefiers work. Ablators take, liquefiers work twice as quick. So you want twice as many liquefiers as ablators. I don't think the freeze and injector works on liquefiers. Oh yeah, ha 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 ha. That's why. Laser. Wow. So no one has ever freeze on boosted this stuff. Freeze on boosting liquefiers now. So works. Right. Good. That's a start. Literally, no one has ever tried to do it because it didn't work. And we were looking at a very expensive... We were looking at a very expensive ablator, were we not? Right, close that, close that. He's just going to sleep now. The freeze-on injector was implemented about 1.5 years ago. Do we say... Actually, what we can probably do is predicate off that here in the... this one, so it equals -1. Then we don't need to faff about with that. If mCurrentCube.active self equals true, mCurrentCube.setActive false. Else. That might help. I may need to start storing state and flipping back and forwards. Wait, do you mean you killed the cryoplasm without using freeze-on injection? Holy shit. That's a lot of lancers. They're kind of designed... I can't freeze-on injector support. Actually, it might be in the handbook. What it is. Let's have a look. Yeah, you can inject it into geothermal plants, lancers, ablators, liquefiers. Okay, hopefully that will stop the blipping. No, it's. Are you telling me you did not inject freeze-on into your geothermals? Because geothermals are shit if you don't freeze-on boost them. Oh, did I forget to set it inactive? What did I do there? A blazer? If it's active, set it to false. I'm a bit confused, has to be said. Wow. So geothermals are 10 or 20 times faster with freeze-on injected into them? It's okay. It's okay. It's not for you. Cat's ever so excited. I'm pretty sure that's the plumber. Okay. But that means that the start search... That's probably a good start. Right, let's give that a bash. My other cat appears to have got the plumber and mixed up, and right. So, nope, still got scanning for resin. Update scan. So at this point I'm in digx equals -1. So I'm predicating off that value now, but I don't think I was predicating off it before. Let's try that. Still there? What the fuck? You're in... maybe that's not the block I think it is. Let's check. Oh yeah, wait. Yes. I think you can use the freeze-on injectors, but you can also just use storage hoppers for those ones. They're the only ones you can. Okay, so if I pause that, Unity, let me pause my own game. Thank you. Let's look. Oh, and it crashed. Wonderful. Yeah, the geothermals predate the injectors. I think we retroactively added it, and the idea was to remove the storage hopper support. It didn't happen. Thank you. Okay, so that is the current cube. I'm going to disable it. Ah. That's interesting. Let me disable all the things called current cube for the moment. Ah, there's not an easy way to do that. Oh, what a pain. No, it's the frame rate's fine. Or fine-ish. It's not rendering, it's simulating. And if I've just checked, there is a light on them. Oh no, yeah, no, there. No shadows. Okay, good. You see, when they're working, that's fine. But when they're not working, those are supposed to be off. Have I done something really dumb? Where did I assign that? If we find hardened resin, assign the Unity dig pos. That's good, right. When else do we mess around with that? Let's have a look. But yeah, we definitely need this faster. This is all part of the optimizing of that one because they're not very fast, and I expect / hope / will force the players to be building a lot more of these. I don't understand. Like, when it's scanning for resin, when it's scanning, not shooting, not ablating, not waiting for charge, scanning, which it was, I looked at it, I checked, we set the X to -1, not digging, gun can look at previous dig location if exists, disable the cube. That said, or state equals estate dot scanning for resin. Let's have a look at that. Maybe. Quickly, Unity. Still, look at that. Now, I think the dig position is now bollocksed. It's scanning, it's scanning, it's scanning, it's scanning. I'll tell you what, let's make my life a little bit easier. And let's go a long way away. Okay. Right, so when I build one, blip, it doesn't have anything. That's fine, cool. Now it should hopefully scan, locate, no, yes, no, thinking. I think it might need power. There we go. Yeah, see, that's working fine. Well, not fine. Wait, what? That's not... Wait, what? What? Man, this wasn't my best optimization I've ever done, it has to be said. All I did, the only thing I really did differently, is I calculated it in a different place. Here. So if we find hardened resin, I recalculate the dig place. Yeah. I guess what I should actually do is our pos equals that. We can potentially override this, but we don't want to mess with this stored recalced cheap location. I guess. Because this means when we're messing around with this position, we're not messing around with the actual one. Let's try that. Okay. That seems to have fixed it, yeah. Yeah, I was relying on the cached value, you see. And when I took away its cache value, it no anymore. How would that be any better, or nasty? So let me get straight. Instead of searching through the spatially organised world data, you want to scan through spatially organised hive mind data, which would be an exact carbon copy of the other one. It's not really any quicker. I also don't understand what problem are you trying to solve by redesigning the way it stores resin? What are you gaining there? Scanning through air is cheap. Okay, but I don't know what you're trying. What problem are you solving? I get the idea, you dress up, but I don't understand why. What's the point? To repeat what I said, what we're solving. Wait. You don't think global warming is made up, do you? Firstly. Secondly, carbon dioxide isn't very important. Methane is the real killer. Methane's like 14 times better trapping heat than carbon dioxide. And I say, wait, I don't know how old you are, but this is the mildest winter I've ever seen in my entire life in 40 fucking years. This is just like it's been crazy. Say it's not that it's been nice because it's England, it's still rainy and shit. But yeah, I've never quite worked this out. I've never quite worked out the sort of the Trump's sort of anti-climate change thing. Even if, let's just assume for a moment, let's just assume, right, that climate change is 100% not. It's going to happen anyway, right? Let's just assume it's going to happen anyway, just to make this discussion easier, right? But we're making it a bit worse, not maybe just a little bit worse by burning fossil fuels and cow farming and methane. Let's assume we're making it a bit worse, yeah? Wouldn't it be a good idea not to make it any worse? Wouldn't that be a good idea? The thing is, Wade, I'm assuming you're not English. If you're English, you understand very, very firmly, right? A few hundred years ago, the Thames would freeze. Guaranteed. So this is the biggest river in England, through the middle of the UK. Now, your country's young. So when's the last time the Thames froze? 1814. Okay. The Earth is significantly warmer than it was. And sure, we'll take your point, yeah. But let's just assume for a moment, right, that it's almost entirely down to the Earth's natural cycles. Let's just, fine, it is, yeah? Let's not make it any worse. That would be a bad idea. My car engine is on fire. Never mind, let's drive as hard as I can. No, this is a bad idea. That's what I've never understood about the climate change deniers. Like, sure, okay, it's not us, but hey, let's fix things. Like, we've now got CO2 scrubbers sort of being developed. They will actually take CO2 out of the atmosphere, like literally undoing the effects of several hundred years of industrial revolution. You also need to be firmly aware, as I said, about the Thames. It's a fascinating one because it doesn't happen anymore. Again, you do not have to go back very far in England's past to look at when we had massive coal-fired power stations in London. These radically affected the climate. It's not a discussion. It's not an opinion. They did. That's why we don't have them anymore. That's why all the London's coal-fired power stations don't. I mean, people couldn't see. For the smog, it just trapped all the particulates. I mean, it was yeah, it was just, insane, the how it used to be in the old days because of the pollution. Like it's said, but it's not a matter for opinion. It's just simply how it used to be, and it's not. I mean, that's insane. That's unbelievable. Looking at that, like it's these days it's clear and beautiful. Wader, what do you mean giving corporations a free pass and blaming the people? What are you talking about? Who is doing that exactly? Because this is the simplest thing to break down. It's so unbelievably straightforward. There's no discussion about it apart from the fact, why on earth would you do an image that looked like that? Where's that lovely handy pandy graph? There you go. Right, most of it is not people. No one ever said it's people. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But methane, that is the kit. It's not CO2. Methane is, I think it's 14 times better. It's methane you need to worry about. But yeah, what do you mean by polluting? What wait, what are you talking about? I assure you, if hey, I'm not going to get into the politics of why the American government decided to fine American oil companies about 5% of what they fined foreign oil companies when they do oil spills, but that's not polluting. That's an industrial accident. Again, it's your government that's deciding to go back to fucking coal-powered stuff and to sort of ignore all the progress we've made in great progress in hydroelectric and solar and everything. But corporations, I mean, when you're talking about polluting, again, you're talking about one word to cover about 100 different areas. I mean, outputting CO2 because you're heating your building is not the same as like fracking issues. But I'm pretty sure that the thing about fracking that no one has quite covered is we have to be pretty desperate for energy if we're going to those levels. It's not a particularly good way of doing it. Like solar panels are pretty good these days. Wind turbines, pretty good. So, I think it's Germany at one point last year was outputting more energy through renewables than elsewhere. And the weird thing is, this is America. This is the same America, that built the Hoover Dam all those years ago, which is an amazing, completely green, completely renewable project. Hello, Cat. What do you want? Don't worry, Mr. Cat. We're having a party on Sunday. There will be many people, and they will all want to give you treats and love, and well, they might you want to. Their server should be running. Yeah, as far as I know, it is. And ironically, someone called Nixon just joined it. This isn't a server. What I'm doing here is I'm kind of just getting a feel for how feasible keeping a full-speed hive mind trapped is, and the answer is pretty feasible. I think the issue is it will run out of crude ice before I can build it. There was one day last year where Germany relied on renewable resources for more than fossil fuels, which was a big day. The funniest thing is, I still see people going, oh, but solar panel and wind panels only good, 'cause it only works when the wind is blowing. And it's like, have you not heard of these things called batteries. You see, the idea is you don't just connect up a wind turbine to someone's house. You charge a battery, and then if the wind's not blowing, you use the battery. And as long as it blows on average more than you use it, still thoroughly amused by people who don't get that. Yeah, Tomas, they have. Well, obviously, if there isn't enough solar and wind and geothermal and tidal energy, yes, you need to drop back to a coal-fired power station. But the majority of the time, you don't need to run them up. Again, the point is that you need enough solar energy over a 24-hour period to keep your battery charged for 24 hours. And if you have enough solar farms, you can do it. This is just simply a question. This again. There's no challenge. It's like, if you've played an RTS game, you understand this inherently. There's no more challenge other than simply build more solar panels. There we go, we solved it. Enough solar panels will solve it. Dergashite, I would suggest you look up the term pumped storage. Something like the Hoover Dam is a pump storage system. So you use a hydroelectric dam, you pump the water up during the night. The kinetic energy you pump up the energy during the day. The kinetic energy involved in storing 100 million tons of water upwards a few hundred feet is immense. But again, that's not a problem. Yeah, even if we're using lithium batteries, whatever, build more. Now, if you've played FortressCraft, which I suspect some of you have, you are aware of the solution to all of these things. Build more of them. There's nothing stopping you building more solar panels. There's nothing stopping you building more batteries. When you say battery, I don't mean a lithium or lead acid cell. I mean pumped storage. I mean a hydroelectric dam. Okay, Wade, if you think fluoride in water is a toxin, you need to start looking at websites that aren't called like the Free Thought Project and Truth for All, right? I still see occasionally people who think that fluoride is bad for you. Okay, just again, go back, pre-fluoride, Google some pictures of teeth. Trust me on this, fluoride is good. Again, your assumption is, your insinuation is that companies accidentally put fluoride in the water and then the government makes it okay to do that so they don't get into trouble? Because that's not things. Yeah, but to math, it doesn't matter. That's not a problem. Store, give them 500 energy and give 100 back. Doesn't matter. The point is, as long as your batteries last longer than the night, you're fine. And again, I'm talking about hydroelectric dams. I'm not talking about batteries. I'm not talking about lead acid, lithium ion, lipolymer cells. I'm talking about pumping 100 million tons of water further up. Again, we're talking about the hydroelectric dam. That's specifically the primary solution to this. The Hoover Dam runs like all of the utilities and municipal stuff in Las Vegas, which is amazing. But if your comment is, oh, but it's not enough, then we just build another dam. Ta-da! It's not as if we have a lack of water. Michael, I'm not on the server. This is a test world. Yeah, but it doesn't need to be 100% efficient. The sun is pumping more energy into the planet than we can possibly use. We just have to use as much of it as we can. It doesn't matter if we're efficient. All that matters is that all that matters is that we're using up less energy than it's costing us. You know, are we breaking zero sum? Oh bollocks! I just killed the hive mind. I guess I'll build another one then. I hope that's going to be the active one. I'm not sure if it will be. I'm not sure how the game will deal with that. I might have to restart it. No, that does appear to be the active one. Awesome. Yes, it does have an impact on the Earth, but it has a significantly smaller input than, let's say, a coal-fired power station. Hey, your other option, by the way, apart from all of this, is just to simply stop using up electricity. This is your other option. But sticking with the fact that the human race is not going to go, let's not do electricity. Again, I grew up in Cornwall, so I grew up in a rural area. And when I go back down there now, it is solar farms as far as the eye can see. It's amazing. It's just fantastic to see all of this, basically, what used to be food areas, but that just weren't really used very much, all turn into solar energy. It's fantastic to see that. You're missing the point. It doesn't matter how much it outputs. If it doesn't output enough, you do another one. It doesn't matter how much it costs, because it's not pumping methane or CO2 into the atmosphere. Remember, this is the thing. We only have one planet, right? We're not gonna go, oh shit, we fucked this one up, let's all go to Mars, are we? And your options are embrace renewable energy, or persuade the entire civilization to stop using up stop using energy, or cold fusion, which I don't think is apparently everybody else say. Yeah, Michael. So you've just this is not. Jesus Christ, are you all really that fucking Luddites? What are you all saying? Let's burn coal? Or are you just going to just basically just point out the bad things about everything? Everything has bad stuff about it. The only ones, well, you could argue that about solar, offshore wind farms. Is that the only one that you're gonna go with? Or are you just saying I'm not going to use any electricity? You can sit here and pick holes in all of them, but nuclear power plants have the risk of nuclear explosions, and we haven't really worked out a way to handle nuclear waste. Coal-fired power plants are probably the worst. Gas plants, not very good either. Fracking issues. Pump storage has probably the least effect. Solar panels, not very much effect at all. Wind turbines, not very much effect at all. So, Michael, what is the solution then? Please, solve world energy crisis for me right now, rather than just tearing a hole in everything that we've currently got. Yeah, Tomas, but now you're talking about science fiction rather than reality. So that's not helpful. Why is money even factoring into this? Money is the most irrelevant thing. As I said, we don't have another planet. If we break the planet, we can't just give it money to fix it. No, Michael, solar's great. You should look up I think California, they've got a solar furnace. And it's amazing. And there's one in India as well. And it heats up salt. And it heats up salt so hot that I think it runs for 8 hours after the sun goes down. It's an astounding piece of tech. Absolutely astounding. It doesn't matter. 100% solar efficiency is irrelevant. I just feel like I'm talking to people playing fucking FortressCraft now, right? As far as we're concerned, there is an unlimited amount of solar energy out there. We don't need to harness all of it. There's an unlimited amount of energy in a FortressCraft world. You don't need to harness all of it. All you need to do is get as much of it as you can. Same thing with the solar energy. I can't remember the theoretical amount of energy that hits the surface of the planet. But if we could harness all... Well, actually, we harness all of it. We'll have a nuclear winter. But anyway, if we could harness all of that, that will be far, far more than we need. Far, far, far more. Sorry, Wade. India was going to give free energy, but doesn't anymore. What? So, Wade, I think you've been visiting a few too many global conspiracy websites. By the sounds of it, you should avoid those. India. Yeah, here's how it works. India can do what the fuck they like. Okay, America doesn't say to India, "Oh no, you can't give away free energy." Then India goes, "Yes, we are." That's not how it works. There's also no water-powered car, right? There's no air-powered car either. Those things don't exist. So India was going to make free energy, and then didn't. Do you have any citation based in fact whatsoever to back that up? Seriously, where on earth are you getting that from? India currently have a solar furnace. Pretty sure it's India. 99. Pretty sure the biggest one in the world is in India. That's the one that heats salt up. It melts salt. That's how hot this is. It has an enormous amount of spare energy, which is amazing. And you can just put metals in there and it just melts them for free. Literally for free. So when you're talking about, but it's more efficient to put it into orbit. Sure. But this thing is so hot, if you put copper in front of it, it melts. I have built a solar furnace. I built it out of CDs, okay? You can build them yourself, right? It's mine was a little bit more elegant than that, but you can build them out of old CDs, okay? These are hot enough to soften copper pipes. I am not joking. These things are terrifyingly thin. And that's when I'm talking about the amount of energy in about a square meter of sunlight. If you focus it to a point, is a huge amount of energy. And most importantly, it's definitely hot enough to melt metal. It's hot enough to melt salt. That's not the Indian one, is it? Because the California one is amazing. Maybe the term isn't solar furnace. Maybe, but there you go. That's America for you. That's how America do it. Forest, I don't believe that number at all. Even so, let's just assume. Hang on, USA size in acres. Okay, right, okay. So Forest Dragon, because you appear to be trying to argue with me and shoot me down. But sure, okay. 2.43 billion. All right, so times that by 1,000 to get to millions, I think. Divided by 11 is that one. So 1/2.20. You're right, Forest, because it would take you 0.04%. Possibly I've got that wrong. That looks wrong. I think the number is 0.04% of the USA to power it all. 0.04%. Even assuming your number is right. Oh no, that's completely impossible. Oh yeah, there you go. That's the one. So, this is controlled solar arrays that heat up salt. And the salt is used to boil water and to run steam turbines. It's amazing. It's amazing. Sorry, wait. You're talking shit. No one is mad at India for giving away free energy. Stop it. That's not a thing. What you're looking at here, yeah, that upkeep costs, whatever, right, that is free energy until you turn it off, okay? That is a solar array. That's about a mile. These things are crazy big. And in the middle, it heats up salt. It's in the middle of the Nevada desert, I think. You can go look it up. It exists. It's there. They heat it up. How do you people not know these things about your own planet? How do you not know this stuff exists? It's cool, if nothing else. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't know how much it outputs. I don't think it's enough. Deep Invader, 24%, sorry. 2.4%, I don't understand, sorry. If you're saying if we captured all of the sun's energy, we'd only get 2.4%. Sure, but that's 2.4% of a very, very, very big number. Really big number. So that's okay. It's like if you have a huge cake, like an enormous cake the size of your house, but you only get to eat a bit of it, that's okay. I also think more of you should find out more about the planet we live on and how it's doing and things. Shalka, they are. I mean, that's the thing. USA is building these, has been for a while, and they're great. And the important thing, like I said, the whole, what happens when the sun goes down? Those ones don't even need battery backing. They get the salt to like 2,500 degrees. They get the salt to the point where it would begin to vaporize. And then they run that salt for most of the night. And they reckon that they can get it hot enough to actually run it all night long. So then it would just basically keep the salt hot during the day, and at night it doesn't cool off enough. It's amazing thing. Michael, I'm looking at the Orbital Railgun and talking about climate change apparently, because apparently some people still don't think it's real. Yes, it is. Don't argue with NASA. They know more about it. If you think they're wrong and you're right, that means you think you're cleverer than NASA. I'm pretty sure you're not. Sorry, I don't think you are. I would like you to be cleverer than NASA, but I don't think you are, I'm afraid. No, but Forrest, my point is, you missed at the point. You said 11 million acres. 11 million acres sounds like a lot, but you've got 2.5 billion acres over there. You failed to add in the quantifier, which is that's only 0.5% of the entire USA area. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if you're already using more than 0.5% on other types of energy. Right. Okay, wait. Okay, so. Okay, so we want to pull in resources and start storing things. Public float current temperature. We need to hit absolute 0 to fire because physics. 6. No, wasn't it France that did some cold fusion breakthrough recently? Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Deep Invader, did you just say we have a lack of silicon on the planet? Are you joking? Do you know what beaches are made out of? Do you know what the underside of the ocean is made out of? It's made of silicon. Like, yeah, we definitely don't lack silicon. Like, definitely not. I'm just trying to find like the total world amount of silicon here. Yeah, I know. Like, I think the only thing more numerous than silicon is what's it called? Carbon. Silicon is the 8th most common element in the universe by mass. Over 90% of the Earth's crust is composed of silicate materials, making silicon the 2nd most abundant element in the Earth's crust after oxygen. It is more common than carbon. We definitely do not have a lack of silicon. Of all the things in the world, and thankfully, it's great for making computer chips out of. So that's also cool. So yeah, totally, thankfully, not a thing. Are we actually calling this right now? No. Okay. Power consumer interface. Oh, is it Germany? Okay, Germany. I knew it was a European country. But yes, cold fusion is great. We just haven't worked it out yet. And not even that, we haven't worked out if it will work yet. Hopefully. I mean, I hope to see in my lifetime some significant energy breakthroughs. I've never really understood the whole anti-nuclear thing. Genuinely, I haven't. Because to me, it's just like, well, we have nuclear waste. Let's fire it into the sun. Oh, it's expensive. All right, okay. Let's fire it into the sun. Let's have an orbital railgun, right, on the top of Mount Everest that can fire nuclear waste into the sun. There we go. Yes, India, I agree. Wade R says, India considers its own free energy program matter of national pride. Excellent. And is very much willing to risk antagonising petrodollar countries with it. Yes, because India don't give a fuck. India is a huge country. It can do it a continent. It's a continent, isn't it, India? Or a country. I don't know. Anyway. No, it's not. It's the one between continent and country. Because India's made up of lots of little countries. Anyway. India don't give a fuck. India has a big energy crisis. They also have a lot of pollution. They really want to move away from internal combustion engine stuff. I also, I'm a little bit sad because I don't know how old all of you are, but your children, right? If you have a child today, when your child grows up and he gets his first car, yeah, it's probably going to be an electric car. He probably won't grow up lusting after a V8 or a V-twin. He'll want an electric car. That makes me a bit sad. Like, just a little bit. Okay, so if PCI dot... Oh, gosh. Now, hold on. How do I do this elsewhere? The geothermal should do it, I think. Oh, no, it doesn't, does it? It's a push. Add gas. Gas? Boost time. Plus equals boost with freeze on. Add freeze on, sorry. Add freeze on. Check copper. So we want to do a similar thing here. If ready for launch, return. Okay, so I'm not going to do anything fancy pants today. I'm simply going to today. I'm going to require freeze on, gas, or resin. That's it. Okay, we'll do more later on. We're gonna rework it, but for the moment, just to test it, I'm going to do that. I'm also going to pop to the loop and rearrange the camera so you can watch the cat. And I'm back. See, okay, so Wade, depleted uranium rounds are a thing. Yes, I don't know whether or not the US used depleted uranium rounds in the Middle East. I can't comment. But the important word that you're missing out, you see, the important word you've skipped over is not the word uranium, it's the word depleted. Do you even know what depleted uranium is? Do you understand what depleted uranium is? And do you understand what the word depleted means? And how radioactive exactly do you think depleted uranium is? And why do you think it's called depleted? Here's a clue. You can work up words like half-life and radiation, gamma radiation. You should look up those and then come back and go, oh, that's why they call depleted uranium. I'll give you a clue, right? They don't go and get spent fuel rods and fucking bore a hole in them and turn it into bullets. And as Kushai, yes, if that was true, can you like? You're just miles and miles off. Yes, thank you, Shalka. Yeah, I'm sure they did use. Okay, fine, they used DU rounds. That's not the point. The point is DU rounds are not spent fuel rods. Depleted uranium is a byproduct from enriching natural uranium to use in nuclear power reactors. Oh, it's not spent fuel rods. Otherwise, I hate to break this to you, yeah, if it was still radioactive enough to be used for running the power thing, you'd still use it to run the power stuff. Okay. What is absolute zero? Minus 273, okay. I might actually do that as a public byte. Yeah, but my point is they don't take spent fuel rods and turn them into depleted uranium. That's not a thing. I'm just going to use a byte. Okay, so if that is less than 255. So currently, It will take 255 freeze-on gas canisters to cool for firing. Temperature drops by 1 degree per tick. That doesn't seem like anywhere near enough. That's 255 / 3 seconds equals 85 seconds. 850 seconds at 10 ticks. Might even do it every 100 ticks. That's fine. So again, for those of you who don't know, nuclear reactors are brilliant. What they do, right, and this blows my mind that this is still what we do. Nuclear reactors, right? Super duper advanced, state of the art, clever pants nuclear reactors. What they do, right, is they heat up water, they turn it into steam, and then they use it to turn a steam engine. It's like, wait, have we not invented any way of making electricity without going via a steam engine? And the answer is no. Really, really blows my mind. Music's ran out. I haven't actually checked the patch notes. Okay, and public int resin needed. This will become an arbitrary new fuel type. HEFC plus resin or high octane fuel plus resin. But for today, resin, because that's easier now. I do slightly wonder, out of curiosity, like if we collect all the solar energy, yeah, because I guess we're closest and ready into space. I'm trying to work out if we did move across entirely to solar energy, whether or not we could, what effect that would have. But I think, to be honest, the fact we'd have unlimited free energy would kind of offset almost anything else. Oh man, you guys. You guys know way more about nuclear stuff than me. Okay, if L hopper dot count cubes, cube types dot resin. Liquid. No, they are machines actually, aren't they? We are items. Sorry. It's not. Let me type in this window. There we go. Oh, it's not an item. Oh, it is. Refined liquid resin. Okay, there we go. Wade, who is this them that compare sun radiation to man-made radiation? And what the fuck cesium-137 got to do with anything? I don't think you know what cesium-137 is. It's got a very short half-life. So there would have been some cesium-137, but there's none left. I'm not sure. You seem to be making out that there are people on the street shouting, man-made radiation is nowhere near as big as sun radiation. I don't think there are. There are people shouting that the end of the world is coming, but I don't think anyone is shouting about different types of radiation types. The Nuclear Commission asked Jax compare sun radiation to man-made radiation. Do they? Do you follow Nuclear Commission monthly? I haven't followed them. I don't know how they are. You know, maybe it's a good magazine. I don't know. Cesium-137 is the byproduct of enriching uranium. I don't see what that's got to do with anything. Of course, it doesn't exist in nature. We made it. That's kind of there are a whole bunch of other things we've made as well that don't exist naturally, like carbon fibre doesn't exist naturally. I don't know what your point is saying it doesn't exist naturally. Okay, but neither is carbon fibre, and that's all right. Do we not have to do this process? This should be process storage consumer, shouldn't it? I think. We'll find out, I guess. Yeah, Degashite, they've lost me. I vaguely know something emit something, radiation, neutron, proton, something. Yeah, scones. Sorry, scones don't exist in nature. Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a whole bunch of isotopes that don't exist in nature that we've made, but they don't tend to last very long. Like cesium-137 has a half-life of 30 years, which means that, the stuff made 30 years ago is entirely, it's practically gone now, so it's... But that's the bad off spec, but I don't see... Wait, what's your point, sir? Are you saying we shouldn't use nuclear reactors and we should use something else? Is that the point you're trying to make? You're just kind of ranting at this point about, you've literally, the cat literally sat on the camera. I don't know what the point you're making. I'm not saying nuclear radiation is good. I'm saying nuclear radiation is bad. I would like to see primarily solar, battery backed with power hydroelectric plants. Wind turbines have a few too many moving parts in them, sadly. Which makes them a little bit difficult to use. I did see a fascinating article that basically put those together. Like if we had all of them, like if everybody just ran off wind turbines, and the upkeep costs are just outrageous. You'd have to replace the turbines so often, whereas solars last about 25 years. They're not so bad. Sorry, did you say that Fukushima took zero onus? Are you joking me? Where did you get that from? The approximate disaster bill of Fukushima is $105 billion. It was an immense and massive and terrible disaster. And then but I mean Chernobyl, they've just invented that radiation shield, which is astounding. Chernobyl again. Chernobyl is in the many, many, many billions of dollars. Sorry, trying to cover it up. Hands up, everybody in chat who's heard of the Fukushima Japanese reactor meltdown. Oh, everyone. They didn't do a very good job covering it up then, did they? Saying it's not as bad as it is. So they said it was 7 bad and you think it's 8 bad. Because I don't think that happened either. But then you're just saying that they quantified it differently to your opinion, which is fine. That could be a thing. Okay, if updates mod 10. Zaz, the railgun is equivalent to the rockets in Factorio. If you put the plan is, and this is pretty cool. If you put one into orbit, you get the GPS mod active all the time. Sorry, Trekkie. Sorry, Mad Vandal. And then the more you get up there, you can measure your base with a single quantifiable number. That's it. It's pure EPing. Wade, may I give you a very good piece of advice to live your life by? Never chalk up to malice what you can chalk up to incompetence. It is far, far, far more likely and realistic that they didn't think it was that bad initially, so then they said, oh, it's only this bad, and later on they went, oh, it's worse. It is much more likely they simply did not understand the full impact of what had happened than they were trying to cover it up. That is the more likely state, and if you want to go again, Occam's razor. Occam's razor says the most obvious answer is usually the correct one, and it's a pretty good one to live by. That is much more likely. I mean, sure. They might have played it down, but so the Nuclear Commission. Do you mean the NRC? Because that's America. Do you mean the ONR? Because that's England. Do you mean the NFCRC? Because that's Australia. Who are you talking about? Like, you're under the impression here that an American-run agency covered up a nuclear disaster for a Japanese... for a Japanese nuclear disaster? Really? Why would they do that? It's more likely they go, hey guys, you should use our nuclear reactors. They're way better. That's a more likely thing. That's how capitalism works. But wait, who are you talking about? Who is the Nuclear Commission? There is no such thing as the Nuclear Commission. Do you mean the Nuclear Regulatory Commission? And it was, yeah, so, again, Wade, you don't know what you're talking about. Please stop, all right? Fukushima was designed, constructed, and run by Tokyo Electric Plant. They're not American. Boyd's Cascade, not sure about those. And General Electric, who are not the Nuclear Regulatory Commission either. You have been reading way too much conspiracy shit. You need to stop. Because, firstly, it's demonstrably and easily proven wrong. Yes, so General Electric made it. What's that got to do, right, with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission? I don't say, no, you can't say what you said again. No. General Electric were involved in the building of it, certainly. To say General Electric built it is not the point. More importantly, right? Yeah, it was actually done by Toshiba and Hitachi. Do they sound like American companies to you? Boys are... Oh, right, that Boys, the lumber mill people. Don't think they were involved. But yeah, General Electric General Electric did not build the reactor. General Electric were involved in the building of the reactor. You can literally just Google this stuff. It's not secret information. Hitachi are very proud of their nuclear reactors, I'm sure. And televisions. It's a bit like my car, because I've got a Subaru, and Subaru is basically done by Fuji Heavy Industries, which also do things like warships. They do all sorts of stuff. That's it's the Japanese. They have these enormous conglomerate setups to do stuff. But wait, your insinuation is that because an American company was involved in Fukushima, that the American Nuclear Regulatory Committee, that's the name of them, the NRC, played down the severeness of the reactor meltdown so people would continue to build American reactors? Is this your supposition? Because it ain't based on much in the way of facts. And the entire thing is based on you feel, personally, that they didn't say it was as bad as it was, and you are further implying from that, opinion, not fact, you're implying that because of that, they wanted people not to worry about it, because they didn't say it was, and I quote you, as bad as.
How do you sum up a nuclear disaster? What do you quantify? Dollars? Because the dollar cost of it, the estimated dollar cost of fixing it has doubled since they started. And that is a number that has changed over several years. But again, you're talking about the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Like every fucking country doesn't run its own one. And this is once you start understanding about globalism, about the actual size of your fucking planet, you'll understand why there is no cure for cancer that the American government is keeping secret. Because it doesn't make any sense. Because what would happen if that was the case? Just imagine there is a cure for cancer, right? And America invented it, let's say, 30 years ago. You don't think China has worked out how to copy it by now? And there wouldn't be a black market with quadrillions of dollars a year buying Chinese-made anti-cancer medicine. Because there would. Same with the electric car. Same with the water-powered car. All of these things. The moment you get China, which doesn't give a fuck about big pharma or big oil, they don't give a shit. They are private companies, enormous companies wanting to make money. That's all they give a fuck about. All of this, what's the word? Conspiracy theory bullshit just literally just falls by the wayside. If there was a cure for cancer, Wade, China would sell it. China would happily and cheerfully and ecstatically accept a huge number of American dollars for that cure for cancer. Unless you are not currently aware of places offering treatments outside of the US for quite a large number of dollars. No. See, Wade, you're American, aren't you? I can tell. I've seen this argument. Your argument is there's more money to be made in treating someone than curing someone. Yeah, in your country. But I don't live in your country, do I? I live in England. And in England, that doesn't hold true. Because we've got nationalised healthcare. Only in your country, only in America, do we have this bizarre, massive paid for thing. But my point is, if there was a cure for cancer, you're stating, so totally, Wade, you're stating here, right, that there is one, and everyone's kept it secret. Is that what you're telling me? And that China are in on the secret of the American big pharma. Is that what you're telling me? Then not a single Chinese company has worked it out themselves and or looked at the patent. Because this thing, to keep it private, you have to have a patent on it. If you don't have a patent on it, people do what the fuck they like. And you're telling me that not a single Chinese company has decided that you're wrong and that there is more money in cure than treatment. No one said that. Is that what you're telling me? Because that is nonsense. Think about it. Use some critical thinking here. Why would... Wait, if your mother started to die from cancer, do you think you wouldn't care? Do you not think if you Googled and found China has a cure for cancer and you can fly someone out to China for $10,000 and get them cured, you think no one would care? This is what I would consider a self-evident truth. It's the same thing. It's like when you get people saying that, many years ago Ford invented a car that didn't run on petrol, but they kept it secret because of the petrol companies. It's like, that again is obviously not true. Because what they would do, right? What they would do is they would make it and just say, fuck you, Shell, we're the richest company on the planet now because we can make a car that doesn't run on any petrol. Again, this is pure and simple. This is just pure and simple capitalism, pure consumerism. This is straightforwards and obvious things. And again, a lot of it is not thinking globally about your statements. And I don't doubt if a cure for cancer came up and General Pharmaceuticals had it, they might consider keeping it quiet. But first of all, right, you're assuming that every single person who works for that would keep it quiet and no one would blow the whistle. Can you imagine what would happen to that company the moment it became public that they had a cure for cancer they were keeping quiet? Their share price would wipe overnight. Again, case in point, that guy who did the injection, the adrenaline injection. I've forgotten the name of the company. With that one, you've got a similar thing. Their fucking share price tanked overnight. A bunch of European companies went, we'll sell it to America then. And everyone just basically started to take the American dollar because there's money to be made in it. Again, consumerism. No, don't. The onus is on you. You say, quote, cancer has been cured. I come back to you, no it hasn't. First of all, you don't know what cancer is if you think that. Cancer is a great multitude of different diseases. There's not one. Secondly, if there was a cure, there would be like say cancer holidays is a very bad term for it, but there would be places there where you could go to have your cancer cured in China or Barbados or wherever. So things. EpiPen, yeah. Cypher Wolf, allow me to rephrase, I apologise. That is a very American way of thinking. Privatised healthcare is quite an unusual thing amongst first world countries. I think it might even just be America, I don't know. But it's a very, very, very odd way of thinking. This whole, again, in most countries, there's not a direct profit to be made from it. Quite honest, on a lot of the places, they're actually too busy. They would be very happy to cure people and get rid of it. Theseus, if someone cures cancer, that company will become mind-bogglingly and amazingly rich. Again, Wade, your assumption again is that the same company provides cancer treatment to cancer cure. That again is a fallacy. Process storage consumer. Oh, it needs a storage consumer interface. Oh, it has one. Process. Oh, storage machine interface. I mean, a lot of this is because I have travelled and I have spent a lot of my time on the internet. I spent a lot of my time talking to other cultures, and sort of learning about how different cultures think. I mean, I had this hammered home when I spoke at a school in America. And they're like, what are some of do you have wrestling over there? I'm like, what? Well, I said, yeah, we're not. As I said to them there, I'm like, well, we're not. I've already written this code. God damn it, Adam. As I said, we're not in the Dark Ages. I'm just from England. How do you guys dress over there? I'm like, wow. I didn't think it, but I'm like, you guys are very insular. And then they're like, what's the biggest difference? I'm like, well, we don't have guns. Oh, when someone breaks into your house. I'm like, well, I said two things. In my opinion, shooting someone in the face and killing and murdering them is not an acceptable response for, I would like to steal your television. Secondly, if somebody does break into my house, they're not going to have a gun. And they're like, what happens if they do have a gun? I'm like, I don't think you understand. They won't have a gun. But what happens if they do? I'm like, not listening here. They won't have a gun. If they do have a gun, they can have my television. They can have anything in my house. No problems. Go for it, mate. That's what insurance is for. And they're like, well, do your police not carry guns? And I'm like, nope. And they're like, well, how do they stop? I'm like, well, the bad guys don't have guns either. they're like, oh, they must do. I'm like, they really don't. In this country, guns are not a thing. They absolutely aren't a thing. It's surprising, and again, it was amazing, sort of running smack bang into, admittedly, fairly rural America's American sort of culture, because they just couldn't grasp their head of a world that had no guns in it, and we just don't have them. Okay, wait, thank you, Dr. Evangelos Michaelakis. There we go. First hit. Please note, he is no longer conducting research on behalf of the DCA. Look, it's mitochondria. Preliminary studies have shown that DCA, which is dichloretic acid, DCA can slow the growth of certain tumours in animal studies. The American Cancer Society stated the available evidence does not support the use of DCA for cancer treatment at this time. So, yeah, it's not... You think, yeah, it's a cure for cancer, right? That's what you said. It's a cure for cancer. Right. You want to read that, okay? Because that's what the guy invented. Great. Does that say it is a cure for cancer? Again, you're not thinking multiculturally. You're not thinking globally, right? If that is a potential cure for cancer, right? Everyone in China, India, Russia, they don't give a shit about the American money-making healthcare system. They will absolutely sell it, but they're not, because it's not a cure for cancer. It's not how it works. Okay, so we're actually going to go with lhopper.try-partial extract. No, wait, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. It's not you're thinking of the government, and the government do care about their people. But you're missing the point. This is nothing to do with the government. This is to do with companies, big pharmaceutical companies, capable of manufacturing that drug, would manufacture it and sell it and make trillions of dollars. Let's just stop here, Wade. Let's finish this conversation. I want you to tell me why you think that some Chinese company, a big Chinese pharmaceutical company, would not sell this cure worldwide and make trillions of dollars. If you do not have a good answer to that one, then we're going to write this off as it's not true. Please, I'm happy to hear an example why that is the case, but I am pretty sure that is not the situation. That there is absolutely no way that, say, there is this cure for cancer that a non-American, non-Western company is not simply synthesizing and fucking selling on the internet. Cure for cancer, take this pill, cancer cured, $10,000 a pill, guaranteed results. That's literally what would happen. And again, they would become the fucking richest company overnight. Can you imagine it? They just someone goes, "Oh yeah, we've got a cure for cancer." Oh, you want us to sell it? Oh yeah, all right then. Yeah, sure. $10,000 a pill. Oh, that's a lot of money. I can't. Well, then you'll die. All right, then I will. That would be the conversation. Again, this is it. Goes back to the water powered car thing. If Toyota could deliver a water powered car tomorrow, available in 1 month, nobody would buy a car after tomorrow. Nobody would buy a petrol driven car. You might find the price of petrol driven cars plummets, so maybe for a while. Give it a year, 2 years, nobody would drive petrol driven cars. Toyota would become the only car manufacturer on the planet. Wait, I mentioned China. Right, China is the country, right, that don't give a shit about American copyrights, patents, any of that shit. They make money. They sell stuff. Not every Chinese company, I'm not saying that, but there are Chinese company that will just do one thing, and that they make money. That's all they do. So there's no reason they wouldn't do it. Like, my God, there are companies that copy Lego bricks, for heaven's sake. There's a lot less money in Lego bricks than there is in curing cancer. Even if, again, you can say, oh, they will charge people for the treatment, sure. But that doesn't mean that every company would do that, because they just wouldn't. Well, again, David Shy, if they could treat aging with a pill, they would, and the pill would cost $1,000 a pill. And you have to take 10 a day. I can't actually tell if this is working. Temperature 0. Liquefied resin needed 0. Okay, that's wrong. Needed. What? How is that 0? Huh? I think I've got a linked sensor issue. In the very very late 90s, you see, I did a lot of Millennium Bug work, and it was amazing. Again, I saw the conspiracy there, or it's made up. It's just a thing by corporations, and it was very 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 much real. I still see a bit of that these days, which is it was just a big scam, a big ploy to get money out of corporations and stuff, and thankfully, that sort of stuff has calmed down a bit. But it's a similar thing. If there was a easy peasy solution some company in China would have just sold it and outstripped us, and then it would have been done. Drink. Okay, so that means that the void update, void low frequency update. Yeah, which it should have loaded up reacquiring link. My guess is that we've actually got some breakages. Let's find out. I'd like to point out, by the way, I'm not an expert on any of these things. I simply absorb lots of information about different things, but only enough. Like I can't. I very vaguely know that cancer is like unchecked growth of the wrong type of cells, and that's about it. No, chemo is a horrible thing, but that's unfortunately is the best solution we've got, Wade, and that's the problem. Again, that's why if there was a cure, people would jump at it. They really would. Wait, what? What? I'm sorry to hear about your parents, Wade, but as I said, the drive that people would have to find a solution would be very, very, very high because of not wanting to go through that pain. And that's why we say to my mind, it is straightforward, simple capitalism. Say, if there was anything you could have done, doesn't matter how much it cost, you would do it. And there would be a company somewhere that would sell it with 100% guarantee. Because that's the way the world is. That's the way the world works. Somebody would do it. Same thing with my cats. I mean, if my cats were ill and I could spend money to make them better, I would do it. Doesn't matter how much it was, I would do it. Maybe it's quite annoying sometimes, so maybe not. I'm a bit confused by this though, because that means that the wrong file. There we go. So in the center, we should locate all of the edges, and then we should attach those to this. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, M-Link Center. All of our multi-blocks, you see, they have like a core that does simulation. Ironically, being English, I actually have quite a lot of faith in our medical system because we've got the NHS, which is hell, it's a large amount of our like taxes and things, but it's generally considered one of the best in the world. I guess this means that we got a null center link. Like, my only guess is that the center block... we should have got a log error. Let's have a look. Spring Out, it wasn't bad, actually. Yesterday, I went out for quite a nice barbecue place, and I spent the rest of it on my beanbag, cuddled up with the cats, playing Borderlands and Diablo. So yeah, it was pretty good. Okay, we're getting the found badly formed. Wait. School IT Pro. A hyperbaric chamber does. No, that, again, hyperbaric cancer therapy success rate. 73% upwards for certain types of cancer, but only for hemorrhagic cystitis. So not, first of all, School IT Pro, not cancer, quote, all cancer. Specifically, hemorrhagic cystitis, yes. The thing is, I know what a hyperbaric chamber is, and I'm a little bit confused about why you think it would cost $500,000. And it is available on the NHS. HBO, hyperbaric oxygen treatment, is generally used to treat the side effects of cancer, though. So I think you may have got a horse before the cart slightly. And again, the problem is you've got shit like this webpage. Health Impact News. FDA issues a statement about hyperbaric oxygen therapy. Oh my god. Big Pharma seeks to restrict... No, because I've just found basically a fact sheet from Macmillan Cancer, which is the UK one, going, yep, you can have it, it's fine. And that's the problem. You got websites like this, it's just like... How can I put it? Just cherry picking all the facts. Whereas the Macmillan Cancer, they've got no... They've got no, what's the word? Agenda to do that. Yes. So if you read a little bit further, the FDA's consumer warning says that hyperbaric oxygen treatment is not the kind of universal treatment that it has touted to be on the internet. It can help in certain types of cancers. Yeah, absolutely. But it isn't pop yourself in there, pay $500,000 and get cured. Not even close. I can't mind anything about the cost, by the way. Like a hyperbaric oxygen, it's not really a they're not complicated. It's just a high pressure oxygen chamber. The only hard part is make sure it doesn't explode from the fire. Really, that's kind of they're quite, I'll say, low tech, because I seem to recall Michael Jackson used to sleep in one. If memory serves, that's just the thing, yeah. But I mean, hyperbaric oxygen chambers have been around for gosh. So look, because that was the iron lung I'm thinking of. No, yeah, 1662. And they began using them in the 1930s. Fees range from £50 to £300 a treatment. So yeah, as good as I have no idea where you got £500,000 with. And it'll cost, worst case scenario, 300 times 40. 300 times 40, £12,000. And that's private. So, yeah, I don't know if you got £500,000 from £12,000. Worst case scenario. Okay. Fab. Expected. Should have found an orbital railgun ring. Expected terrain data. Get name for cube. I hope we're all learning stuff today, boys and girls. Yeah, the other day we had a whole thing on Facebook about 9/11 done by the government, and it's like, have you ever dealt with the government? Like, I have. I've worked with the government on various different things, so like year 2000, and they are incredibly incompetent. To think that they could do any level of conspiracy at all is just hilarious. And my final response was, next time you're down the DMV, remember that's the same government that apparently did the 9/11 conspiracy, and they can't even tax your fucking vehicle correctly. School IT Pro, was that in America? Because in America, they'll charge you an insane fortune because it's all private shit. No link sent found. Okay. Expected orbital railgun induction ring, but found air. But yeah, so I think I might need to... Where are we? We're in the bottom row. That might actually be +2, not -2. Because this is the point when we're actually doing it from the centre to the rest of them. Yeah, that was the other response, was like, you don't think any of this had been on WikiLeaks at all. Okay, that seems to have worked. Well, apart from that, it doesn't have a link center, but so they've got the links, lots and lots of links, lots and lots of links. I don't understand how this doesn't have a link center. But I think what I might have to do is I might have to delete my word and start again. There's no guarantee that it's not there. So I comment out the links. That's okay. And we'll see how many links all things have got. What is the bouncing blue? Bouncing blue? That's liquid. What? That's liquefied resin. Yeah, they've linked. There's no way to get inside it. I'd have to... Like, honestly, in this case, we should just build the blasted thing there. Oh, blue lightning bolt. Was that the Arthur charge? Okay, world script.instance.build from entity. Target segment.tx.ty.tz, comma, T5, something like that. And center. Okay, good. That shouldn't happen. I'm not seeing that. I'm just not quite sure how I had... But now if I delete it, it should at least try and rebuild itself. Wait, that one's linked. Ah, wait a second. I think I've got the Z linking wrong. Of course I do. Of course I do. Yeah, I forgot. I only did it on a single slice, so... Well, high tech. I mean, the railgun has it has a primary use. I mean, you will unlock something cool from your first firing. Other than that, it is designed as a target for people to continue to make their base bigger forever. There we go. I'm trying to think how's the best way to arrange this. Oh, those blue particles. Sorry, yeah, they are the. That is showing me where the CPH is. That's all. That's because Arthur's broken. Because I haven't bothered building him a thing. It just shows you what the CPH is. Bye, Arthur. He's firing one there. Sorry, yeah, I forgot those. What I am going to do, though, I'm going to just cheat a moment. Bottler. Stored gas. Right. That should speed it up massively, because that says if we're only decrement the amount of gas we've got, if we're not in editor mode. So let's go and look. Part of the reason there aren't many cheat blocks, by the way, is if I put cheats in, people will find them and use them. I know seems obvious in retrospect, but that's the why. Okay, now with a little bit of luck, the the cryo shit should have gone bonkers now. Now we still need to have a look at the performance of this. I'm sure I'm outrunning it now, though. Everything should be / will be freeze on boosted. Right, we have no freeze on here. Actually, I don't think that will page in. Thinking about it. Oh no, the lift should page it in. Yeah, so it's paged in. Let's go check it out. Yeah, it's outputting 1 a second. It's not really very many, is it? It's quite bad messaging. It shouldn't say looking for a hopper to offload to. Oh no, that's because I'm cheating. That's because I'm cheating. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to pop to the lid, and we'll let the gas continue. It might be that I actually need to consider souping up all of the gas a bunch. So back in a moment. Just so you know, so I don't look. That's the thing. It won't be anywhere near that. It'll be like 150. So that's kind of the pricing. So yes, sir. Hopefully worth it. Ow! Oh, there's somebody at the door, and it's not for you. You're a cat and you smell. Tra-la-la-la-la-la. My birthday was spent on the beanbag with a pussycat playing Diablo 3 and Borderlands. Not 3, technically. Yeah. It's not really good readout. I mean, these things, they just kind of work. There's not much to do. You just sort of build them and they do it. That's actually quite bad because that says that's not supposed to store compressed freeze on canisters. And that's because that's not supposed to install canisters, but yes. I'm afraid, Arvanis, it's just groceries. Sorry. No one sent me a birthday present in the post. I don't know why people ask for the Amazon wishlist. Like, can I have your Amazon wishlist? Yep, here you go. And then no one sends me anything. Thank you. But yes, I had a nice, peaceful birthday, murdering many thousands of things, and that's really what we want. I might just make the bottler move twice as quick and use twice as much power. So it's the same power per bottle. Yeah. Is that it? 1.25. So, cool. So, I can't do it in my head. Is that 0.75? 0.625. Yeah, if I make that 0.6... thank you, Jennifer Thompson. I'll have a good stream. Wadar, I don't like Path of Exile because Path of Exile hates me. Diablo 3 is like, hey, want to respec? Cool, have fun, kill things. Whoa, yeah, awesome, woo woo. Whereas Path of Exile is like, sorry, you put a skill point in the wrong place. What sort of fucking pathetic loser of a gamer are you? Ugh, you disgust me. Well, you can either pay this virtual currency to get it, or you need to go and grind this super special item. These. Okay, so the bottle is now twice as fast, but uses twice as much power. I'll make a note. So the power per freeze on is the same. Yeah, that's not too bad. That feels quite quick. I mean, you'll have to fill it up with enough. Is there a ratio on that one then? Have I missed something? Because that gas storage unit is being massively outrun. Why is the model for the Magnus storage? Because I made it. Because Andy didn't make it. I did. Yeah, I'm just having a look. Right, certainly does not talk to hoppers. Yeah, we only took a bottler. Yeah, the problem is this one's getting overrun. and the bottler's not fast enough, and I kind of want to connect it to multiple bottlers. The idea was that you would connect multiple bottlers to you connect multiple gas storages to multiple bottlers. Like these were supposed to outrun it, but they're certainly not, are they? Now, they were only supposed to accept inputs from two places, I think, as well. Are we actually bottlenecking, though? I can't tell. 119, 120. Oh, I am cheating. Let's get rid of that cheat a minute. Let's have a look. We go. Okay. So I've removed the cheats. I want us to see if this is being outrun by the gas bottler or storing 0 freeze on. Oh, does it not actually have power? I think I forgot to give it any power. Tier 5 is white. They kind of run out of colours at that point. Tier 4 is orange. The next one after that is white. Okay, that is working. Okay, that's fine. Well, I'm afraid, actually, I kind of end up running out of colours that are nice. I basically followed the Warcraft colouring scheme. I've just run out of colours. There are only 3 tier 5 machines. It's not something I need to worry about at the minute. And you're not likely to get them confused, let's be honest. Is that clearing it? I think that is clearing it down. Okay, that's fine. As long as it can clear down that, we're okay. Yellow is a bit too close to orange. Very difficult to tell yellow and orange apart. Red tends to be left for danger. Again, following the Warcraft colouring scheme, the next colour would be red because that's the colour of artifacts. But there are literally 3 machines that count as tier 5 right now, so I'm not that worried, really. Okay, so now I'm not cheating. I am getting through that backlog. That's cool. That's all I really worry about. Although what I should do is I think I can cheat because I now get unlimited gas out, you see. I should have checked there's enough room first. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A lot of people, they do ask me questions about why something is a certain way is in FortressCraft, and the answer is nearly always it's changed since we first implemented it. Why is the gas bottle the only machine that supports creation in multiple directions? Because it was the first machine to get that, and other machines have got it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And to implement it to other machines would involve rewriting these from scratch. Rewriting other machines from scratch, which is simply not going to happen. Now, because I'm cheating, you see, only because I'm cheating, I should be able to just hook 2 of those up. Why is this what? Actually, what are you talking about? Tier 5? What? What was tier 5? Black Temple? We use the Warcraft quality, so it's white, green, blue, purple, orange, and there really isn't a further quality in Warcraft than that. Borderlands goes pink at that point. Yes, I just need to connect that pipe to there, and then I should get unlimited gas out of both of those because I'm cheating. Yeah, but like, the artifacts were red last time I played. Oh no, you're thinking of the heirloom color, yeah, but that's just yellow. Like, if I were to do that as a glow, that would just come up as yellow. Okay, cool. So I'm cheating happily now, so we've got plenty of gas. Yes, sorry, yeah. When you said tier 5, I thought you actually meant tier 5, and I'm like, that's like Black Temple shit, yo. But yeah, if I would do that, it would just look too much like orange. Pretty much, you only get 6 colours when you're glowing, and one of those is bright pink. So it's quite tricky to do glow colours. But as I said, there's only 3 machines, and you're not going to get them mixed up with anything else. You're not going to go, wow, this Mark 5 battery is actually a tier 0 machine, are you? Ain't going to happen. Cool. Match freeze on. I'm just setting up a sort of vaguely hypothetical setup for our base. So in a minute, this should come back up. What's it doing? Moving up speed 3 meters per second. Be here in a moment, and then hopefully those will be full up. What is that bright light? Oh, it's these. I need to look at their lights as well. They don't really need them. Oh, my frame rate. Yeah. Ironically, of course, my frame rate's not due to any of the new stuff. It's due to very old stuff. La 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 la. Yeah, see, Exy, you're thinking in terms of like web colors. That's not how it works, because these are additive colors. These are glow colors. These are colors greater than one brightness. I don't have very many unique colors I can actually get away with that will actually be distinguishable. But as I said, I mean, the Mark V batteries are currently the only... Well, they're not even Tier 5, they're Mark V. It's a bit of a vague distinction, but they do look so visually different. There's not really any risk that I can see of people mistaking them for anything else. So it's not really a thing. Again, I will be having a look at my finances and making difficult decisions after the eventual comes out. But I don't think there's a particularly high chance, unless something goes very much my way, that we will get much in the way of another tier of machines. Sorry. Again, if anybody wishes to become my rich benefactor and wish to prove me wrong, excellent. Step into my office and we'll have a talk. Now, freeze on is used to boost the temperature of these things. Where's the storage hopper? Ready? None? Oh, there it was. I suspect the constructor bots will be excellent for this task. Well, Vanis, I mean, I don't even know if Tango Tech would be. Certainly, Dire Wolf would keep this game going another year. That I am sure of. Tango Tech, maybe not. I don't know. It certainly wouldn't hurt. So it takes. Now I'm more or less to the point where I'm going to. I'm more or less to the point where I'm not going to build the whole setup. Okay, I am absolutely not doing that. Forget it. You guys can build it. Feedback what you think about it. I ain't doing it because I don't need to. This is why patrons will get access to this pretty soon. Tomorrow or today. Hopefully today. I should make it buildable and researchable and hidden and stuff. 5x5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. I still need to do the production of the bullet as well. I was thinking about having the production of bullet matter power base though. And I was thinking about having it cost exactly 9 million power per bullet, i.e., a single batteries, a pair of batteries charge. Two, three, four, five. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, and I get to cheat. La 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 la. Yeah, actually, let's only fill up one of those because I was definitely not happy with the visual difference between charged and uncharged on the server. I don't actually think we use a glow map, in which case we should. I might spend a couple of minutes just putting that in. That's interesting. That's better. But yeah. Let's have a... Oh, missed. Look at that. That was terrible. Oh well. While I'm down here, though. My grapple finally caught. That was... Really? That seems a little weird. But what I want to do is I want to give this out to patrons sooner rather than later to get some feedback on how on work. So it's not going to go live for quite some time, like live out Adventure Pack live. Back in a moment. Right. Where was I? What goes up comes down. Well, yeah, Tabba, the grapple doesn't always 100% hit. Oh, bugger. Oh, they're touching, aren't they? But yeah, I'm genuinely not prepared to be to test the railgun. I just can't. I mean, it would take me a long time. I mean, I'm expecting it to take a week of setup. Right, this is proper in-game, ultimate in-game stuff we've got here. You see, when we look at it like that, like it seems fairly obvious. I mean, I suspect part of the issue was in our base. Our base was probably a little bit glowy anyway. Yeah, it is actually a white glow, but it's next to something blue. That's why I said to you, Exy, it's not as simple as the colour. Because it's not a web page. It's much more complicated than that when you get blend modes and things in. So it's actually pure white, but it's come back as cyan because of this. Yeah. That wasn't really my point there. My point was... I felt that they weren't glowy enough, but maybe they're okay. Let's have a look. Oh, come on. Now, do we just glow the... Yeah, the actual texture itself, I don't think actually has a glow on it, but I think it should. It should be quite simple to put forwards. Oh wow, yeah, okay. Self-renewing bump specular glow. My birthday was good, thank you, Grumpy Old Man. As I said, my birthday properly was yesterday, but I'm celebrating it on what should we call that? I'm celebrating it on Sunday, but I said I basically just spent the day on the beanbag with cats and Diablo and Borderlands, so it's quite nice. What else are there? Oh, yeah, it's these ones down here. Don't think there was anything else on it. Might make that green stuff glow as well. Okay. No, I'm not going to conduits on a Mark 5 directly. It's not allowing. Will I sit there and spend the time programming it? No. It wouldn't even work visually. I mean, it just wouldn't. Mark 4s are modelled exactly to bolt onto conduits. They were modelled together as a machine. Mark 5s are used basically for long-term base storage. That's their purpose. So, you know, pre-charging an OET or that sort of That sort of thing. I hate you so much, Todd. I have so much hatred in my heart for you right now. I hate it. Todd shades things that just look stupid in game. I'd have to make a new conduit, and it's just I have no plans to do so. Well, that'd be cool. That's. I don't want anyone to ever misinterpret I'm not doing that with that wouldn't be cool if I did do it. It just means I don't feel that is the most efficacious way of spending my time. And developing a new machine does take quite a fair old amount of time. It's not just click, 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 click. Hey, new machine done. It's a bit more complicated than that. So again, I have to weigh up stuff. Now I'm doing this because we've got an existing machine in there, and in our server we just couldn't tell the difference between charged and uncharged. So you make sure the charged ones are much more obvious. But it's certainly no situation where you need a conduit. All you want to do, you're just saying, "Hey, can you save me a bit of time?" And I'm like, "Nah." Now, how can I... Tool options, threshold, somewhat more. Colours, brightness, contrast. I really hate GIMP's layout, though. I really hate just these floating dialogues that are just never in a good place. Actually, again, I'm going to repeat this because apparently it's not sinking in. Unless this game suddenly sells a ton of copies, there ain't going to be another expansion pack. I can't afford to write one. I'm really kind of pushing it a little bit just on the Adventures pack. The rule I said, if Frozen Factory ships 25,000 units at full price, I can then consider that it has made enough money to warrant doing the Toxic Factory. We have sold like a third of that almost entirely in sales. Welcome to the real world. I'm afraid of having to deal with shit like, can I afford to do this? Again, it doesn't seem to have sunk in. It's not a hobby. It's not something I do for fun. Why isn't that working? Oh, it is, just not very much. It's not something it's not a hobby. It's not something I do for fun. This is my job. If it ain't making money, I am not going to be able to continue. Man. Oh. I would like to be able to, but as I said, liking to be able to do something and being able to afford to be able to do it, not the same thing. Sorry. Wait, what? What tool have I got? Oh, this is just being stupid as hell now. Screw it. Selection, grow. Hold on. We want to paint it white. And then selection, grow. And then blur. Cool. That should hopefully get me the glows at the bottom. And thankfully there's only 4 of these. Oopsie daisy, can't click with the buttons. Selection grow, sure by 8, why not? And actually, I'm going to change my mind on that one. Selection invert, and then just splodge all over it with black. You can't dock these windows to that window, by the way. I can dock the toolbox in sometimes when it feels like it. Nope. YouTube hasn't cancelled it. Wait, Disney are no longer supporting him, but he doesn't give a shit. What has actually happened is it's the is it the G-rated part? It means he's no longer G-rated or something, whatever. See, I paid attention. Alright. Now, it was interesting because he was kind of making a point. And again, Disney just totally missed. His point was, you can get people on the internet to say anything, you give them money. Look, I've made them do a Nazi joke, and they did it. And then I was like, you support Nazis? And he was like, no, I was trying to prove that this whole kind of paid for setup is bad. Oh, you like Nazis? And he's like, really? So yeah, that's been a very bizarre situation that it's been in. But Disney aren't prepared to be associated with that. But there we go. And maybe the lights on top as well. Oh, cool! That's actually doing the glow inside there. That's quite smart. That's quite nice. Okay. So all I need to do is just assign the memory saver mat, because that mat's free, you see. And then encode, hook it up, easy peasy. Yeah, but he doesn't care. He still gets his money from YouTube. I don't quite know what the Disney part gave him. Fapalapagus, very good. Because there are other... Yeah, but one of those is pink, don't forget. And there's not much difference between yellow and red. Orange can look... It will tend to look yellowier because... thing. Maybe that's a newer version of GIMP. That would be nice. Oh, I fucking love you. Look at that. It's like a grown-up program suddenly. I didn't even know that button was there. Hooray! Close. Okay. So we've got Major Glow, and then we've got Base Renderer. Do we actually use Major Glow? Yeah, that's very bad. Very bad of me. Let's... Can't remember what that's called in my head. Tier 5 battery base. Major Glow becomes a renderer. That becomes a renderer. Oops. And I think that's all. I think that should be it. Let's have a look. Yeah, actually I'm aware of the bugs in Conduit, and I have been ever since they were implemented. Fuck all people have built them. No one... It's never turned up as the most important thing. That's a little better. I think those little dots should have... Yeah. More like that. Let me fix up that machine. Let me fix up the railgun just slightly. Because obviously it's not actually supposed to look like that. It's just placeholder. Oh, tell me I can get rid of just... I just want that bit gone. Yeah. Oh, there's no... Oh, fuck's sake, there's no inside. That's okay. Hold on, this should be... it's currently 9, and I want it 5. No, 5 + 9 is 0.5, so it's 20,000 times that, which is 11111. And it's half of that, I think. The amount of health points that bosses have depends very, very, very much on other factors, like your threat. I can't remember off my head. 4.5 million, I think. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, what I'm going to do is, I guess I'll do it, and I'll maneuver it into place. I just want that to match up with the thing, and there'll be a what should we call it? I don't know. I haven't memorised it. Lots. It doesn't matter how many health points, right? If you're not killing them, build more. Okay, so if I find the that. Right, yeah. Andy hasn't actually designed this yet. I mean, it's probably going to be something not like this. You know, it will go forwards and it will click up when it's ready to fire. Again, if you've seen the Dazzler fire sequence, you'll kind of know, you know, how cool you can make things. That should do. Cool, and then just paste that back in. Right, so that is the right place to... Really? Wait, really? That doesn't look like it should work. Let's check. No, I guess that is correct. This is just placeholder stuff, by there's not it is not how it's planning to look at all. This is just, I need a way of visualizing when it's ready, when it's got a bullet ready to fire. Oh, and I don't have one yet. And then we'll chat with Andy about how we want to yeah. What I might do is I might just make that out of a digistruct thing. Like that. And then hide it when we're not actually ready. Yeah. So basically, what I do is I'll hide that until it's ready or something. I don't know. Maybe if I just put that back to the trencher. Not the mesh. Bullet ready. Fairly sure that's the wrong texture now. That looks more like it. Right, let's look at the controller. So we'll give it a maximum power of 9 million. Why is there a fluid magnet construction press grinder? I don't know. La 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 la. Okay, already we're waiting for charge.
Now, currently, we actually generate the object in waiting for charge, which is silly. We shouldn't be doing that one. Mob manager. We should create it at this point, which is spawn mob. There we go. Okay, so if MR current power, max power, current power. Okay, if current power is greater than or equal to max power, yay, we got
one. It's too hot. I don't know, well, because you're not supposed to get it. I don't know how you can get fluid magma.
possibly a BFL
Bug?
I don't know. Cypher Wolf, no, definitely not. I don't want people to use conduits as like laser death walls.
That seems okay. All right.
Unity update. Render a bullet. No, hold on. Game object. Bullet object. Before launching. Game object. What's the other one? Digi build object. For launching, not for launcher.
To be honest, BFL, it's not really a bug. I know you can get a block. Hey, if I do this,
I get a block I can't use, right? What's the solution?
Don't do that.
Dot transform dot search dot game object. If I make that object, means it's the same length.
And something I have to point out again: finite time, limited time. I don't really have much enthusiasm, right, to fix shit. So if you do something stupid, it doesn't break. That's your own fucking lookout. Don't do stupid things. Doctor, it hurts when I do this. Don't do that then.
Pretty sure there's an achievement for getting hit by it, by the way.
Okay, so if MR current power is greater than or equal to MR max power, if bullet object dot active self equals false. How come every time I decide to do work rather than go outside, it's nice? It was horrible weather yesterday. I had to stay in. Like, it rained all day long. Else. Right, so that should cover the bullet graphic. How are you supposed to clear the terrain for the base? Well, not using a BFL. Like, you're out by, I don't know, about 20 hours. Hello, LG Devil, by the way, and hello, Baron Baldo. Hello. Sure, as my music has stopped. No more music for me. It really just keeps showing me the same thing over and over again. Okay, so if M current end state firing. No, that'll clear it down. If the power is less than that, we'll show the digistruct. Is that right? Yeah. That's just basically the inversion. That's digistruct object. Because there's only two situations. We've either got power and we're charging it. We don't know power. We need it. That's it. I don't understand. How are you supposed to clear the terrain for the base? What are you talking about? You don't start off by fucking leveling a mountain. And even if you did, the BFL is not the suitable thing to do that with. Oh, well, thank you, LG Devil. I'm glad you enjoy these. I would recommend the answer to your question is a workflow excavator. And I highly recommend the workflow excavators. And apparently some people hadn't seen them. So we'll pop one down over. We'll pop one down just here. Just to prove a point. We'll put the high tier ones in because they're even cooler. Pop one in there. And we'll pop a solar panel underneath it because I can cheat. So if you've not used the workflow excavators, they're awesome. And I highly recommend you use them. And they are by far and away the best way of dealing with this shit. They do work better off a battery, to be fair. You say it takes forever. Okay, so now you want to delete stuff in a hurry. Why? Well, you're playing the wrong game. That's not... You build the workflow excavator and you leave it. That's how it works. XeBoss appears to be playing a completely different game where you need to collect a lot of dirt. Don't know what game that is, mate, but that ain't this game. Again, you're asking me to wipe your ass here. You're asking me to play the game for you. It ain't happening. Right? You have a machine that will generate an enormous flat area for you to work in. You have machines that will collect shit for you if you need shit for some reason. Cool. And when that fires, we need to clear it down. These things all exist. So, no, I'm not doing either of those things. Do fire. Firing. Where do we actually set firing? Set new state firing. MR current power equals 0. Ow. So now you want... Now, so again, you have stuff to do this. What? Stop sitting there and going, hello, can you make the game easy for me and have one machine that does everything? The answer is no. If you want paste, you really, really, really need lots of paste, and for some reason, you haven't picked up enough paste, stick a fucking coal extractor on and turn the coal into paste. You have machines already to do this. I have very little time to implement a machine to do the job of 2 other machines just to make your life slightly easier. Yep. A quarry is very, very, very late game. But if you need paste, I would just absolutely go with coal. Yeah, dropable pacemakers are a good way of doing it. Macerating is also another way. But if you're not happy with how long it takes to make your bake in this game, I suggest you go away, you play Minecraft for 10 hours, and when you've created something 1/100th of as big as you were making FortressCraft, you can come back. Again, I think people kind of forget quite how bonkers this game is at letting you create stuff quickly. But what it does is it spoils you. And it spoils you, and then you're like, oh, I want it to do everything for me. Can you do it? I want to make a machine. Can you make a machine that does all the sorting for me? No, I can't. And I think that is a lot of the problem with FortressCraft, is people do get very, very, very comfortable with it doing a lot of the shit for you. You discounted the workflow because of the lower tier's limited area. Okay, School IT Pro, what possible real-world circumstance do you have where you need to make an entire flat area where workflow excavators are not suitable? Because, again, I don't know what possible purpose it is, and it just strikes me like you are wanting something that either nobody else needs, or you're just wanting something really weird that isn't a sensible or common need for the game. But sure, you can want something nobody else wants, but don't expect me to sort that. I tend to work towards what the most common amount of players need, not just what one person needs in some very weird and unusual circumstance. I'm also just going to prove you wrong, just to because he said it's too slow. Well, you should build more than one if one's too slow. I think the workflow excavators are excellent. I think I might want to make them even earlier and even quicker and even better. But I don't know what it is that you need to do or why you feel you need to excavate in that way. And I don't feel that what you're doing is something that a large percentage of people need to do either. Oh, I meant to build one of those. So I put it to you that this game already has machines to do what you need. And if you need to clear stuff quicker, you build more. LGW, I don't know what that means. I don't know what the dirt game is. Oh, Minecraft. You don't need to, so there's no point. Building your sorting station is a personal thing. That's why I don't like, for example, the idea of blueprints, because people won't work it out. That's part of the game, is how do I make a really cool sorting system? That's one of the core parts of the game. It's like Transport Tycoon. It's like having Transport Tycoon, where it will build all of the train stations for you. That's the game. That's the core part of the game. Conveyors and spider bots aren't hill friendly, no, but you don't ever need to run more than 3 conveyor lines across the surface, really. I'm more concerned, to be honest, about the fact that the plants don't get cleared by it. That's way more important to my mind than implementing some sort of, I don't know what the fuck it is you want, machine to just make the entire world flat. I still don't know what you want or why. But there's certainly no problem with the speed. But again, people want to build them and have it go and clear it. That's not what they're for. You build them, and you go away, and you do something else for 5 minutes, you come back and they've done their work. Clearing this stuff up is CPU intensive and not particularly fast. Yeah. Well, no, yeah, there's just lots of them. I built one, where was it? I built one over here. Yeah, Arvanis, but again, that's not the mark of a normal user. So these now excavate 32 meters in size. Oh, no. Yeah, they do. They excavate 32 meters in size. Yeah. I probably need to do an override so they actually excavate entities of certain types. I think I can already support that in the Workflow Excavator code. I think there's like an allowable entity destroy function. I should probably look, I haven't looked, but I should probably see. Have we got our first negative review since the patch went live? We haven't had any. It's been 9 days since the first negative review, I think it was. Negative only. Sort by. Yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, we did become Christmas, so what? I played the game for half an hour. It took 2 minutes writing that. If there's a server multiplayer and TeamSpeak going somewhere. Huh? But yeah. We've only got one negative review in like the last 2 weeks. I know. 83% positive. Still got some ideas on sound for that one. Again, I've been playing Borderlands the pre-sequel a little bit because things. No, LG Devil, if you need to clear a huge swathe through the landscape, use the BFLs. So we're charging. Blip, 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 blip. I'm not actually sure if I saw that appear, you know. Again, it might be 90 million. I don't know. I haven't really decided. Saviour, what part of the game have you currently not figured out? Like, the game is a whole bunch of little things to work out. Is there any particular you're really stuck on, or? I don't like it when people get stuck on the game. You know, I want people to overall be enjoying it and hopefully understanding it. So if there's something you particularly are stuck on, do let me know. Like I said, it's I suspect if we're going to use resin a lot, we might have to go to a simpler model for these. $6 million. Yeah, I got that one earlier. I don't really know why. Hey, if the worst thing wrong with the tutorial is occasionally it explains something to you that you didn't need, I'm not worried too much. Saviour, do feel free to answer the question. I'm going to pop and get a drink because I'm out, and I'll be back in a moment. But Saviour, yeah, if there's something specific you're stuck on, we're totally happy to help. Honestly, always. But I'll be back in a moment with more drink. How do I get rid of the reports? How about School IT Pro? How about, right, if it's telling you that you need lenses in your LPTs, right, you should probably put lenses in your LPTs. What this is doing, what this report is doing, is telling you how your base is going. It is pointing out if you have issues with production. It is pointing out how much power you've got. It's pointing out how many things you've got lens. Because if you're in a large base, you might not realise that you don't have lenses or drill heads. But maybe I've missed something about the game, but why would you want LPTs without lenses in them? Again, think about how it should be played rather than how you think it should be played. And unless someone wishes to correct me, yeah, well, it's School IT Pro. After an hour, you should have fucking loads of lenses. An hour is not... Well, hour is quite a long time. That's how often they appear. Once an hour. I think that's a fair period of time for to be reminded. By the way, you still haven't fixed X, Y, or Z. I guess I'm going to have to do just a rework of the refiner. But yeah, somebody actually was complaining that a dialogue box appearing once an hour. I was like, holy shit. So he goes like, it's like adware intrusiveness. Okay. Savior, let me touch on that one. That's fine. Let's touch that one. Right, so, Saviour. Don't worry about it. Stupid questions are the lifeblood of this channel. Right, so, lots of things make power in the game. You probably worked that bit out. One of them is your CPH. Now, I'm in the editor, so I only get a little teeny tiny version. But you'll have a big version of this machine in your base, okay? And that machine makes power. You know that. So, it is actually quite straightforward. So we'll pick a nice green laser. We'll pick a nice blue laser. So you put a laser down and it just fires off like that. You can press R to rotate it and it goes in different directions. And then it just fires off that way. Then you have two choices at this end. You can either put a battery, in which case this one will now connect up and you can see it push power in. It helps if I've actually scanned this block so I know what it is. I'm in the edit, you see, so things act a little odd. So you can see this battery is now filling up with power. You can see the bars filling up. Let's make it night time so it's a bit easier to see what's going on. And then, if you want to, you can then take another laser and run it to another battery. Like that. So this battery... There's all kind of generation going on here. I'm just hiding it away so I can show you. And so you can see this one is firing it at this battery. And that laser is taking power from the battery it's touching and firing at this one. You can also use different types of laser, different speeds, different powers, all sorts of things. But you don't have to connect battery to battery. So if you want to go a long way, what you do is you put your laser down. And then you can just... can just connect lasers up like so. We'll put a big battery at the end so it doesn't fill up too quickly. So you can see there, and you can see as they pulse, as the power goes through, you can see them firing power all the way down. Well, that's how lasers work. And then obviously at the end you would have a machine. You wouldn't just have a battery. You'd have a some sort of machine that needs power. So I can't even think what I can put there at the minute. Maybe you might want a turret or something. So you might want a defense turret there at the end, or whatever it is that you want in your base. So there you go. That's how lasers work. And you can see the power flowing down the laser as well, showing you which way it's going. And then you can also have all different types of batteries and different types of lasers. But they all kind of follow the same basic setup. They just transfer more or less power depending on their tier. And you can also do stuff like you could have two lasers there, like... Great. Excuse me, I can't even use my own controls. Come on, Windows, let go of the... There we go. So you could have two lasers firing in there like that, and then another laser in the middle. So then they're firing. You can combine power and you can split power apart. Yeah. And you can also do crazy things. I mean, you'll end up doing these monster base setups. But the thing is, when you look at somebody else's, it'll be very confusing. So you're like, what's going on here? Whereas when you look at your own one, you grew that little setup from a teeny tiny setup into this kind of like, I've got a huge setup here, which is running very badly. So you end up with these sort of enormous setups eventually. But that's okay. I understand this because I put it together. I would say right now, by the way, boys and girls, that a hive mind maxes out at 25 resin per minute. Oops. Refined resin, yeah. Oh, that said, looks like I might be able to get a bit more out of that one. Let's where's that resin coming from? The important thing, Saviour, and for everyone, is just to note, you can't really go wrong in the game. You can do whatever you like, you can take as long as you like, go wild, create your huge base, create the world's smallest base, do whatever you like. The game doesn't have any particular requirements of you. It's not until right at the end of the game that it requires you to have a specific base with a certain requirement, when you have to have more than XYZ power per minute to complete it. But that is real endgame at that point. I might be able to get more. I'm actually backlogging on resin here. Well, you say that, Steve, but we also have... we've got the purchase mode, which I think actually may encourage small bases. But you won't be. I don't think you'll be charging the OET in purchase mode in any sort of hurry. But it might be that you require one liquefied resin. Hold on, let me attach this a bit sooner so I can get its results once it starts going. It might be that I only require one liquefied resin for each of the fuel that we'll be doing, the new fuel. But yeah, I do need to have a look at this because obviously I can't really expect the player to build something. Well, maybe. But this is now building as quick as that hive mind is capable of doing. Remember, the point of adventure mode, the next expansion, is not to create big, long-term, ongoing bases with it. It's to kind of build small bases and have a play and then sort of stop. It's kind of the equivalent of... well, it's kind of like rush mode, I guess. It's kind of like you play it for a bit going, that was cool. Yeah, I'm done. Am I... Yeah, they're fairly... They're not filling up. How about these? I don't have... Oh, wait, hold on. Power low? Oh. Well, let us sort that out then. No, it's the cleaner because it's Thursday. I would recommend, though, that your resin handling setup is beyond visual range of your base if you don't want to get performance hurting. No, Gumpy. What I want to do is I want to work out what the theoretical maximum is, and then balance around that. So that was the purpose of this base setup, this incredibly glowy thing, is to work out how much can you actually get out of a single hive mind. Because until this point, I didn't know, and you didn't know either. Nobody knew. But now we know. Now we know. Actually, we don't, because I reckon I might be able to get up to about 50. Well, Ivana, she does come every Thursday. It's not that difficult. Yeah, probably have noticed, guys, I've been using the workflow excavators a lot. I do really like them. Even more so than new Mark IIIs. They are extremely good. Yeah, Grumpy. It is beneficial for me to create machines that are 3x3x3, but generate stuff more than 27 times quicker because I have to render 27 little ones. Ordinacity, I don't know. Right now, this comes back to people complaining about the game having a poor UI, blah, 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 fucking blah. Right now, the game has a straightforward visual language for freeze-on. Freeze-on boosts stuff. That's it. Freeze-on boosts stuff. No ifs, no buts, that's what it does. And that's fine. But if you want, sometimes you use one gas and sometimes you use another. It gets more complex, you see. I like it in principle. I'm fine. Rotten sarcasm. Right now, I am investigating the maximum limit of what a hive mind can... Oh. I'm investigating the maximum limit of what a hive mind can generate. Without changing any of the current code. So that means I can estimate I can't then require the player to have more. Oh god, the frame rate's really hurting me though. But then I can't require the player to have more resin than is physically possible. Thank you for my happy belated birthday. So I wasn't really around yesterday. I was around a little bit. So this isn't getting through as much resin as I would have expected. Oh, is that lined up? No, that will be here. Fail. Oh yeah. But I suspect a faster refinery would probably be an excellent idea, though. And I am currently expecting the player to do this for about a kilometre. Now, it's up to you how you do it. Matter movers, minecarts will probably do very well. Constructor bots could potentially do very well. How you actually achieve it, though, is down to you. That is the challenge of this. And you have 200 of these to give resources to. But how you do that is going to be down to you. But this is ultimate endgame. Not really expecting many players to do it. But that's okay. Give someone something to work towards. Also means the Adventures Pack will inherently have items in it making cryo killing easier. I haven't decided what they will be yet. Ow. Yeah, David, that might be a good idea. Well, if Frozen Factory wasn't such an unusual thing for people to own, I would consider having more gas uses, but they really are. I'm not going to get into the discussion Arctic Eng. Let's just say, for sake of argument, that you're wrong. Okay? Because you are. Please note, 25 per minute. 27 per minute. 30 per minute. Yeah? As long as turntables aren't saturated in more than one direction, they're absolutely fine. They'll slow things down a bit, sure, but the emphasis is a bit. Grumpy, yes, there will be a limit, but the limit will be about 60 times an hour. There you go, there's one that's screwed up. Are you going to fix yourself? There we go. They're all doing it now. But yeah, turntables only screw up when they get blocked. Other than that, they're really good. Really, really, really. Oh, it's only when they get blocked. So it should, there we go. And this one should go blip, blip, blip. Yeah. Somebody need to work out why they get blocked. But as I think my limiting factor is actually going to be the conveyor, but I can't what the limit is there. Yes, absolutely, Arvanis. That is you're totally right. Feeding the turntables from below is a way better approach than this. And there you'll get full efficiency. Because you can't block them. Well, you can, but you can't block them back on the input line. Yeah, I mean, the event. This is the ultimate goal for the adventure pack, is to fire it once. Firing it once will give you the GPS. You're welcome. They do look pretty good as well. It'll look better when Ali's done it, but yeah. Iceman, I'm assuming that you are, for some reason, replying on Discord. They never want to stop for a minute. That's not a thing. I think they stop for 5 seconds. One thing you should always check, if you've got problems, type debug, look at that LFGP load. If that sits consistently above 100%, your game will start to suffer. Shouldn't be the case, though. But, like, I've never really had a problem with turntables. It's only as long as they don't both block. If both directions block, the turntable will kind of sulk for about 5 seconds. Low frequency gameplay thread. Low frequency gameplay. But yeah, see, this one's blocked. There you go, unblocked. But it's not a minute. It is 5 seconds. It might feel like a. It might feel like longer, but it's really not. Now, interestingly, I've designed this in an interesting way. So what happens here is you use the freeze-on to cool it, right? But it doesn't launch until they're all cooled. See, that one's not ready yet. So the interesting thing is here, you don't gain anything by cooling some of them. You have to cool all of them or none of them. Yeah, Iceland. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube have done such a crazy limit. Yeah, I mean, Rotten. I mean, you kind of want a splitter for that one. We don't have a splitter. We've got the 3-in-1, which lives somewhere in this. Yeah, we've got a zipper merge and a 3-in-1 zipper merge and a rapid zipper merge, but that's combining, not splitting. I forgot we had the guaranteed 50/50 one. But I don't even think I've built one of these in... But I do need to make sure that that conveyor belt is running flat out. And really, I should have built... Oops. But yeah, I really would expect people to be using matter movers and minecarts to complete this. Well, of course, you can use mods, I don't mind, but you won't be getting the achievements. I'm not putting this together as a demonstration of how it should be done. This is just purely, I need to make sure that my resin handling malarkey doesn't... oh, man. It may also be that I will implement a complete new tier of resin handling, purely for the Adventures Pack. Upgrades and things, just so the performance isn't bad, even if I can't fix performance. But I haven't looked at the performance yet. Yeah, Rotten, there's no splitter right now. Well, there is. There's the turntable. The turntable is 100% fine, by the way, as long as neither of the lines get saturated. If you feed it from the bottom, it's very, very difficult to screw it up. It really is quite hard. Bollocks. Hoppers, you can use hoppers, they're just not very fast, that's all. Bollocks. Fuck. Oh my god, my frame rate is really beginning to hurt my brain now. If you need very quick throughput out of a that I would probably use a an English. I would probably use a matter mover. Matter movers are very quick, and you can hook 3 of them up to a storage container very quickly. You're not guaranteeing a 50-50 split. Turntables give a reasonably guaranteed split. That's the best I can offer. But they give a reasonably good split as long as none of the lines are saturated. If you've got saturated lines, it's unlikely you want to maintain the perfect 50-50. And hello Game Boy 720. That's a lot of Game Boys. And unrelated, I think we're now down to 33 per minute. So I think that's all we need. We're not actually backlogged on the 3 per minute, 31 per minute. There we go. Grumpy, there still is. There's 3. There's 3. Well, there's 4, but there's 3 that you care about. 1, 2, 3. So that one stores 10, but it's super slow. This one stores 2, but it's quicker. And this was 100, and it's quick. No, we still have resin backing up here. That's probably more down to my distribution splitter than anything else. Actually, it's not. Those are just full. I guess... Actually, hold on. Didn't I... I thought I split into... Oh, wait. That's why. Twit. I is fool. I forgot I collapses into a single line. Yeah, I thought I had 2 lines, but I actually have 1. There we go. That should speed it up a little bit. Rod, I mean, the game has got a lot better. The game has got a lot better since, since every single patch. Game Boy, what other games do I play? Right now, I am playing Diablo 3. I am also playing Borderlands, the pre-sequel, because I never really gave it a chance. I should have, and I didn't. So, those. I played Astroneers briefly, but it's got fuck all content. My most played game of last year was No Man's Sky. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Had a good time flying around and looking at some amazing glory. Saturate. Like saturated fats. It means full or at capacity. But yeah, Rotten, tell your friends. Unfortunately, I'm still very much fighting a... people's what's the word, misconceptions or preconceptions about this game. Very, very much that is a struggle for this game. People assume it's going to be a Minecraft clone, and I'm like, look, if you want to call it anything, right, we'll call it a Factorio clone if you want to call it anything. And that is a real problem for us, and that is, again, something I've been discussing doing something maybe a bit similar but without voxels, and see if we get any better feedback there. Yes, Order Nasty, I've had too many people opting into Bleeding Edge as kind of default, and I've been very, very, very clear, I thought, on telling people, for God's sake, do not do this. Okay, don't Don't just opt into Bleeding Edge and stay there. It's dangerous. So I've renamed it, and I rename it every few months because people going, "Oh, I'm still on beta test." I'm like, why? I don't want people to be opting into stuff willy-nilly. It's not a good idea. Oh, I can't. Oh, I need to go. I think I need to go like this. Yeah, then I go like that. No, hold on. I don't actually think I can do what I want to do at all. I want to come out from here. And then into a hopper. And from that one feed back into that line that I've just broken. And that way and that way. And then I could probably get one. I am not feeding that one. Now I am. However, it's quite an interesting challenge. I mean, if I was going to implement a higher tier resin machine, it would be for reasons of performance rather than anything else. Because this is quite an interesting challenge, doing this. It is certainly a challenging challenge as well. Like just simply getting enough throughput split apart to keep these all going is quite tricky. Yeah, so Rotten Sarcasm, I'm hoping that somebody big starts. I'd like to get some more Factorio streamers on board, but that has proved to be tricky. Again, because of the Minecraft influence. We're going, oh, is it like Minecraft? Well, yeah, a bit. Like, not much, but a bit. Obviously, you know, you're running around, there are blocks. Oh, it's more like Factorio. It's more like Feed the Beast. It's Feed the Beast meets Factorio, and Minecraft kind of isn't particularly related. Tomas, because then I'll just get endless tech support requests about why people can't get access to it. Once you're in with the password, you stay in. That's the other thing. Arvanis, yes, but it becomes very difficult to understand, and I don't recommend it for a bunch of reasons. Actually, I have no idea. I think it's called like Chibi Critters or something. It's very odd. That one's empty and that one's full. And thank you for the follow, Game Boy 720. Yeah, they're about... Okay, now this one's only at half capacity. This one's at full capacity now. But this one's only half. Where are they? Unity. That should saturate both those lines. Arctic, you're not supposed to figure that out. It's not even guaranteed to remain if you reboot the game. It's really complex. That's not what I meant. Let's... But yeah, I need some backlog in there. Actually, having said that, this one probably doesn't need to go... This one can go down here and bypass all of that malarkey. That's not true, Rotten. Your character's about 2 meters tall. Gravity's about 9.7 meters per second. What gets me is someone's like, it copied Minecraft. Have you seen, like, the grass is green and the sky is blue, like Minecraft? Like, I literally got to go, have you ever been outside? Because that's the colour of the outside as well. And really, given that you're ranting to me about this, I think you should maybe go outside a bit more than you had. Ah! Out. No. Oh, Van, you drink a shot every time someone tells you that turntables slow things down. That's the one. Because you remember how many times I've done the thing where I've built a full capacity hopper pipe and put a turntable on and it splits it. People are like, yeah, but each one's slower. I'm like, yes, but they add up to the same number. And they're like, oh, yeah. Oh, Rotten, I haven't seen you. I haven't seen you streaming yet. I should. I do follow FortressCraft Evolved ! So I should hopefully see people streaming stuff. 31 per minute. Still think I could get more out. Though this is not backlogging, so not much more. I think that's about all I can squeeze out of it. Again, these aren't backlogging, are they? No, these are pretty much empty. I've actually cleared down on that one. That's okay as well.
It's kind of bright.
Uriel, no. The lift restriction in multiplayer is a technical issue, not a gameplay one. So, no, probably not. I mean, the lift compressor does work, in the sense that the lift will go a bit quicker and will run out of gas. But the problem is, at full extent, you're at the top of the lift, right? And the lift itself is the machine at the bottom. But that means at full extent, the lift no longer exists. So it's a bit of a problem there. Grumpy, it's a tribalism thing. It's tribal. Hold on. That one goes. That's better. If we go there, that one should fill up, then push into those, and then the overflow should go this way. What I really should have done is like an entire row of these with motorised hoppers between them, and yeah, math movers and everything. Oh fuck, these are both saturated now. Bollocks. lag. Well, Ivan, if you want to start your drinking game, go for it. Because Unity lost the mouse cursor again. Yeah, Grumpy, I mean, I've had to, but I didn't really understand it either. I've always tried to explain to people that competition is good. You don't want your favourite game to be sitting on its laurels. You always want your favourite game to be panicking about the rest of the market. Minecraft has genuinely no competition. I mean, it really doesn't. I wish it did, but it doesn't. FortressCraft is not Minecraft's competition. But as a Minecraft player, you wanted to have competition. I mean, as far as I know, again, actually don't bother correcting me if I'm wrong, I don't care. But Minecraft hasn't added anything of any note in quite a long time. Like, you know, when I first started doing FortressCraft, the most recent thing they had added was, like, coloured wool. Uri. Yes, I don't... There are load considerations as well. Like movement distance considerations. It's not good for performance to have you travelling that far. I highly recommend you use teleporters if you are at that stage of the game. But regarding the synchronization, think about what you're asking a moment. Think about your question. Do you really want me to make it so if your mate is 200 meters away on the lift and you're standing at the top, you have to wait for him to bring the lift back to you? Do you really want me to fix that? And I say fix like it's broken. Or do you think it would be better, gameplay-wise, if each player had their own unique individual personal lift? Oh, that sounds better. That's not on purpose. That's not a technical issue. That is on purpose. Because it's more fun. It's less realistic, but it's definitely more fun. Why didn't I start these off as tier 2 pipes? I've no idea. Am I on fast conveyors? Oh, it doesn't list. Ooh. That's annoying. But teleporters are good. They're better for load on the server. They're just great. Teleporters are great. Embrace teleporters. Love teleporters. But yeah, I totally know that they're not sensible or realistic. The mines, the lifts, but that is for reasons of gameplay. Sometimes I'm nice to the player rather than being mean to them. I would like to change. Wait, I'd like to change the teleport effect. It's quite tricky. You may have worked out that effect is only there for one reason: it's to cover up the loading. Ah, yes, the auto jump in Minecraft. I forgot about that. They added shields. Or nasty, probably. I don't know. Do you know what untested means? I'll give you a clue. There are two words in the branch description, right? I picked those words carefully. One of them is untested, and you're asking me if something works. Well, I don't know. Or nasty. It's untested. Yeah, I'd like a swisher teleport effect. I like the screen to go black and then go teleporting location. And basically a little bit of a nicer thing just to cover up what's going on. But yeah, the blur is just... Yeah, I just don't look at it. I literally just look away for a few seconds and go... Ugh. I usually check my inventory. That's my general thing. I go, let's see if there's anything I should deal with, while it's being blurry in the background. I do like the skin one. The skin goes blurry when the skins are up, though, which I like. I think that will become my new favourite one, by the way. In fact, I like that so much, I'm going to put Arthur... Oh no, I want Arthur. God damn it, Arthur, get back here. Get in front of me. What's he doing in there? But yeah, I am very much though expecting the player to put together some sort of mining operation like this, some sort of resin handling operation. All the way up to now 138. Okay, I didn't have much capacity left to go. So talking about starting your own mining company, so we're talking about the game that was tentatively enabled Surface Miner. I've been thinking about it. I think what I might do is I might sack off the mining element. I might have it as a roguelike salvage game. I kind of like the idea of that. So you've got 15 minutes before the quote-unquote police arrive, and you turn up first on the scene of accidents and you nick what you can. It's pretty much the same, but it gives some nice roguelike elements, like you'll find a drone charger. Do you sell the drone charger, or do you use the drone charger for some things? All I'm asking, download the beta, copy it somewhere, run the batch file. Unless you mean Linux, in which case, no. I don't do betas of Linux, because it's just simply far too much effort. Huh. Oh. Has Unity died on me? Yep. Ordinary. That was there was a very good reason for that one, but if you're on bleeding edge, the situation is different. Avarnes, a lot of it is I kind of want to make sure how can I put it? I want to make sure that I've got scope I can actually manage. I don't know why it crashed. I mean, that was Unity crashing. There's very little I can do about that. Yeah, I've actually made that worse. Not better by doing that. So, go me. Unless I come... Oh, I didn't save my hotbar. How annoying. Fuck you, Unity. Can I come out there? There's just not enough room. Well, there is, I do that. Oh, fuck's sake. I think that will work. No, hold on, I need to come... Yeah, that goes there. That then goes there. Oh, that's probably some sort of splitter. Iceman, that means that one of your outputs is blocked. Don't block your outputs. Turntables only work well... Oh, let me teleport somewhere else. Let me just leave that run. Teleports... Sorry. The best way, the absolute best way, I recommend that you can use the turntables. I will show you, because it's the best way. Best way you can use turntables is vertically. So you've got a vertical conveyor belt and a turntable on top, like that. We'll make something see-through, so hopefully I can see what I'm doing. Something see-through. There we go. For fuck's sake, Unity. Every time I go into a menu, I have to remember to pause it, or my mouse goes onto a different computer. Literally every time I go into any dialogue box at all. Right. So this is how I would recommend the superest of efficient setups is like this. Okay? Because that way, there's virtually no chance of it getting blocked. So you feed up from the bottom, and it's always got somewhere to go. So the best way to use it is not to have an input as a potential output. No, if you don't use... Well, I assure you turntables are actually rather good. They are rather good. But yeah, something like that. And then if we go there, see if we go there, and then we'll pop a storage hopper there. Oh man, hold on. If I put the storage hopper up one, and then give it a... Oops, give it a back. But yeah, storage hopper turntables are designed for non-fixed splitting, non-fixed guaranteed splitting of non-saturated throughputs. But it's very rare there is actually a situation where you need to have that. There just aren't many. There's a few, but not for your mainstream sort of average player. They go up, and we'll get a split. Yours notice if you do that, the split's pretty much perfect. Hopefully, anyway. We'll prove you wrong now. I probably should have done something a little brighter. Yeah? All good. But yeah, I've honest, the goal is that this game you would have 15 minutes for the police arrived. So every playthrough would take 15 minutes. So it's a roguelike game, which I think... Yeah, it would be taking some of the ideas that make FortressCraft cool. has crashed and or died. It has... Ah, you are shitting me. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I know exactly what's happened here. And fuck you, Unity. It's fucking crashed and it's lost my fucking model. Hasn't it? That's what's happened. Ah! I bet I've lost my T5 battery as well. Maybe not actually, because that one is at least a... right, that should be okay because that's a shader. It's not hard. Very, very not hard. Just save it every single time. You run it. Like, why would you not have that? What? It was like down a bit, and then I made a copy, and I put the Digistruct effect on it, and then I don't remember what they were called. Digicharge and bullet ready. Okay. Okay, I've saved it. Oh, stupid thing. Stupid. I like how colourful the game looks. Just right there. I like that. Okay. Well, the errors have gone. I bet things aren't quite lined up, but again, these are all placeholder things. Andy will be taking care of these sort of things. Close enough. Close enough for today. But that's why we had all those errors. We just had stuff being spammed out constantly. Oh. Grapple foo. Should be, I think it should be a challenge, just, you know, achievement called Grapple Foo. Yuri, I would think about making that an option, but right now there are ways to turn off the fog, right? And they're non-supported ways to turn off the fog. And I had someone turn off the fog and then complain the draw distance looked low. And I'm like, well, it's because you turned the fog off. And I'm like, well, you know, you've done something that's not supported. Certainly it's not officially supported, and that it doesn't look very good when you do it. And that's the problem I think I would suffer if I let people turn off the teleport effect. Is they go, it doesn't look very good. I'm like, no, that's why I had the teleport effect, you silly person. But yeah, I don't like the effect either. Again, Nick and I we would like to have it so that the client stores a lot more information than it does currently. But that involves a reasonably substantial amount of work that we're not currently planning on doing. Would like to, not currently planning on it. Anyway, hopefully that will clear up the... Oh, wow, they really do make a lot of resin, don't they? There's 300. Hopefully that's enough to clear those little annoying tentacles. Tendrils? Tentacles? Tendrils. Vanis, the plan has kind of always been for me to sort of work on a small game, and if people like it, to do a bigger sequel. So, if people like the idea of the salvage thing, then we do a sequel with a whole bunch more salvage options and maybe more of a permanent base, and maybe you actually have to fly across and things. There is a fade-in effect, Rotten, as well. As I said, I want to redo it. I want to have a more, let's say, professional-looking fade. I'm just going to leave that for a minute. I'm going to pop to the loo and get some more drink. After restarting the game, it takes a while for everything to get up to full speed. Annoyingly, so back in a moment. Iceman, that's because that's not the only way to use turntables. There are many ways to use it, and I don't want to simply tell the player, here's the best way to do it, because everyone will do it that way. A lot of it is about experimenting with different setups. I kind of try and encourage this in everyone. Like, absolutely, everyone. Don't fiddle with the way it seems best for you. Again, we notice this when we play this on the server a lot. Some people play the game in a very odd way. Like they do strange and odd builds for their stuff, and that's okay, that's cool. You can do weird and wonderful builds. I don't mind. Except when I have to deal with them. Do what you like, that's fine. Just don't feel there's only one solution to any given problem in the FortressCraft. Also, something I also need, don't write off a machine as having no use. And I see this a lot, people going, oh, that's there, blah, 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 machine's no use. I'm like, okay, it might not be useful for you at your difficulty, your current progression. But that does not the same as this machine has no use for anyone. Again, I see this quite a lot. This is kind of... I haven't worked out why it's used, therefore it has no use. Therefore I'm never going to build it, and therefore I'm going to tell everybody else it's of no use. A Russian man earlier just said, basically the only good way to use a turntable is not to use them. Well, that's really not true. They're excellent for... They're perfect, in fact, for low throughput stuff. So, missiles, sorry. Absolutely perfect. Like spot on for laser stuff, missile stuff. I really recommend them for splitting apart your missiles in a great way, totally. Are they perfect for high throughput stuff? No, really not. But they were never supposed to be. So that's okay too. And a lot of people do seem to forget there are a lot of difficulty settings for this game. A lot more than the one you're playing on. Whatever one you're playing on, there are a lot of difficulties. And they scale over a couple of orders of magnitude as well. There ain't just a bit of difference between them. There is a lot of difference between them. So, again, just because it's not useful at your difficulty level doesn't mean it's not useful. Good example, Mark 4, Mark 5 inductors. Oh, this is useless, this is pointless. It doesn't make any difference. I'm like, no, they don't make much difference on easy. If you're playing on Greg mode, those Mark 5 induction kits are a godsend because, oh my god, do they speed up the collection. Because you'll find, at that point, when you've got in a Mark 3, your limiting factor is not the smelting speed, it's the collection speed. Surprising how often I do see this, though. Just someone writing off a machine because they haven't worked it out. Get a lot with the ore thieves. Oh, I don't need that. I'm like, I have an ore thief for when I dig up a conveyor belt and I pick up one copper. It means I don't need to remember to put that copper somewhere. Again, here I've got a little bit of that one, a little bit of this one, a little bit of this one, a little bit of that one. The white hopper, yes, the white hoppers, but they are very low throughput, much lower than conveyors. Just wanted to start clearing out that stuff down there. So here's a thought, and I'm going to discuss it out loud. Here's a thought. Right now, the limit, the upper speed that hive minds can build at is 15 blocks per second. And to get 15 blocks per second, you need to have a certain amount of resources built into it. And I'm kind of wondering what. No, Iceman. Do you remember? Okay, let me just repeat everything I just said because you apparently weren't listening. Don't take a machine and write it off as useless because that is very rarely the case. I can name situations where the Mark 1 hoppers are perfect. An example would be enriched coal. A Mark 1, a logistics hopper is twice as fast as you need. Every machine in this game has a purpose at some point for someone. Don't mark it off as useless. Literally. Tom, no. So, there is only one hive mind that does anything. Let me control the ablators thingies. Okay, so you've got a light. Is that the only light you've got? In which case, I have a bug. I think that's the aiming one. I think I'm just going to get rid of it. Oh, what? Yeah, I think I'm just going to get rid of that spotlight. And the one on the liquefier. Oh, there isn't one to look for. Let's see if that makes anything a bit less mental. You can't directly feed a hive mind, but you can. You just have a Minoc farm. Yeah, that's okay. That's made that look a lot less crazy. Good. Performance is up. Yeah, I had hundreds of spotlights going. Maybe when they're cutting, that's fine. My question is, I'm thinking about making the hive mind faster, but I need to do this in such a way that means that people who accidentally feed their hive minds don't overdo it. So I am considering. Oh yeah, hold on. I've got it. I think. Add a plant recipe automation that allows hive minds to grow much faster. Okay, now I'm going to make a backup of my web before I do this. So I'm not going to do this today because I ain't got time. But what I'm going to do, I make a backup of this world. Oh, is it world? Or is it... I'm guessing it's world, I don't actually know. So we have something called the... I can speed up a hive mind. But I'm going to make a... I need to make a small code change though. Hive entity. Oh, what's it called? Super Grow. So Super Grow yes, it says here, it says max cap of 5. Now, if I were to raise that there, now that will make it go quicker. The problem is, sometimes people don't notice hive minds for a long time. So I would say, before we do that, probably I would need to give better information back to the player about the hive minds. Because people still get surprised by hive minds. Like, what's that? Interesting. Those 2 lines of code are definitely on the wrong thing. Oh, yeah. Right, that doesn't clamp. Okay, so we're going to try this and see what happens. But it might be cool to add in a couple of higher tiers of them and to... allow the user to harvest it quicker and to feed them a certain thing. Because, I mean, I can easily do it. So if you feed it fertilizer, it just gets more. Simple as that. Oh, yeah, that looks a lot less. The frame rate's so much higher than all those spotlights. That's what it was, the lights. The hard part is not digging down straight into the hive mind. There we go. That's probably done it. We'll soon know. That way. Yeah, actually, that's also a possibility. I mean, it could be a hive mind agitator. It could be a machine that we use permanently. I'm not actually sure if that activated. We can do it via the debugger, though. No. Oh, that is full. Ah, okay. Oh, and that means the build count is going to be 52. So this is approximately 10 times the speed. But I'm still on top. Let's give it a moment. Interesting. I suspect I've just basically overpegged it, but this should be able to build a bit quicker. You'll probably find this probably isn't full speed when you're this close, though. Yeah, right. I mean, certainly, I think something to something to cause it to grow. Yeah, I mean, what it is, it doesn't matter. It's just something that basically just flips the hive mind into the other mode. I'll tell you what I'll do is I will. This world I just backed up anyway, didn't I? This is the world. So what I'll do is I will set off a bomb here, and we'll find the next one, and I will see if I can give you a bit of an idea. Right, so that's the hive mind killed. Right, now if I had a hive mind here, if I build it quickly, it should become the next closest one. Hive core. That should be in super build mode now with a bit of luck. Yeah. So remember, we are watching this grow quite quickly. Now remember, there's a big difference between it here and it when you actually have to deal with it in a base. give it a moment. Yeah, Tom Matthews says, a machine next to it that is just crafted with a motor and a stick, and it just pokes the hive mind to annoy it. So it's still generating its shell. Wait for the tentacles. CPH is that way. Or are you just going to embarrass me? No, it's still doing the shell. This is what it does when it boots up the game, by the way. It generates this shell, and it makes sure that it's comfortable and it's enclosed. So that stops players playing it and then accidentally wandering up and then staring into a hive mind. The idea is that you have to work for that. Yeah, see, I understand about building the railgun. I'd rather have a machine to specifically do that. Are we at 2 tentacle? No, we still haven't... Still hasn't fully enclosed itself. It will. Ah, that might be why this one was slow. If you fully enclose it, it might never actually get... Yeah. So if you have a hive mind that you've kind of beaten back in submission, it never does this mode. And I don't care how many lasers you got, yeah? You ain't coping with that. Yeah, I know, kitty. So that's actually a bug. That's actually a bug in the hive mind code. I'm going to fix this bug and everyone's going to get annoyed at me. Now, this hive mind will try and build through my base, but we'll see if it succeeds. I'm putting my money on the hive mind, by the way. But yeah, it will never actually hit its radius. So yeah, I'm gonna fix this, and I will point out to people, if you have a hive mind that you have built like that, it might suddenly break free. And again, it's now hitting the range of the lasers and all that. I might pop up on the surface and just blow a hole just so we can see it. But this explains why people don't think hive minds are dangerous, because if you've got them fenced in, then they'll never flip from mode A to mode B. Where is your god now? Oh, explosives are a bit harder to make than we could. But right now you can pin a hive mind down, meaning it never flips into the alternate build state, meaning it's never firing out rays. It's always surprising that people have managed that, and I've just worked out why. It's quite a simple fix, though. This is why when something like this goes to me, oh, I've dealt with the full speed hive mind, I'm like, really? Are you sure? Like, they're more than a little on the terrifying side. That looks cool. And this has been, what, 2 or 3 minutes? Now imagine you haven't noticed this for an hour. Obi, we've been over this a bit. One of the problems with that is the amount of time it takes to search. You're better off just popping a bunch of them down equally spaced. It takes a very long time to physically search the area. Be aware. Well, I've actually just fixed it, but laser ablators can be freeze-on injected to make them way better, and liquefiers can now. There was a bug that stopped the liquefiers working, but that's now fixed. Now, one other thing about the hive mind growth, it gets faster the further away it gets. So what I'll do in a second, I'm nearly at the end of the day. What I'll do is I'll go back and I'll fix it. Oh, no, Obi, I looked into it, but unfortunately it would take so long to scan, you might as well have just built one yourself. Like, it would be quicker for you to build one than to do it. Jesus. Yeah, okay. Let me, delete that one. Or volume of a 7M3 sphere. $1,400. Now, if you have a current base, and in this current base, you have a hive mind that is pinned down, you are probably going to see a different behavior of the hive mind. Now, that was super grow. That's basically cranked up to see how it moves. But what I would do is I would arrange a like a large grid of defences for your ablators and things. So I'm guessing what I'll do tomorrow, we'll start off by getting the railgun to a buildable state, because it's not quite buildable. And then we will be doing non-FortressCraft Fridays. I will not be around Saturday or Sunday due to birthday, and then I'll be back obviously the week after. But yeah, Obi, the thing is, as I do say, sometimes I say no to something even though I don't want to. I want to implement those. Totally I do. It's just not that easy. So, this is a non-super build hive, but after 1,400 builds, we'll give it a moment or so, it will switch to the other build method. Schalke, because I'd have to have an animated character that looks good. Because I never tried to write a third-person game. There are lots of reasons. Okay, so when that builds hits 1,400, it's switching to tentacle mode. Yeah, Obi, you probably feel the same thing at work. It's like, the answer is, I'd love to, but still no. Wait, is it stop building? Okay, 950. Again, I feel like a lot of people think I don't implement stuff to be mean or something. There's usually a very good reason why I don't implement something. Sometimes there's a reason, it's just simply time, or it's not as important as other things, or not many people want it. But sometimes it's simply, yeah, it's not possible. Like, you know, it'll take forever. Yeah, but Schalke, they don't like their feet are hardly animated, and they don't like sidestep very well, and yeah, they're not really particularly good. Okay, performance boost to ablators. Fixed issue where hive minds that were contained by many ablators and liquefiers wouldn't flip from shell to tentacle mode. This might mean that they're a little better at breaking out of containment. Sorry. Not sorry. Orbital Railgun rings now cool at a rate of 1 degree per... Oh, what's it? 3 seconds, I think? I forgot. 10, 3 per second, 3. Yeah, okay. So it's 255 times 3-ish, divided by 60-ish. A freeze-on canister will reduce this by another degree. Let's not do that. Let's do that at that rate. 1 degree per 30 seconds, approximately 120 minutes. That's much better. Yeah, the current player characters, it's alright as a sort of a network thing. I wouldn't consider it good enough for a third-person character. I'm certainly not going to try supporting a third and a first-person character, and if you take the two, first-person characters are much simpler. Orbital Railgun rings currently will require 100 resin per shot per ring. That's 100 times 200. 20,000 total refined resin. Yeah. Oh yeah, I thought so. This is not cheating. This is not super build. This is no longer a contained hive mind. Yeah, rotten. You see, I get a lot of feedback that basically says, "Oh, this guy just wants you to play the game the way he wants to," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, it is my game."
My response is always the same thing.
Try playing Pac-Man the way you want to. See how far you get. Like seriously, like play Pac-Man going. Well, I just want to basically just play this as a because you can't. Oh, but it's a sandbox game. I should be able to play it how I like. I'm like, if it's a sandbox game, by definition, a sandbox game has no goal, no win condition, and no lose condition. Of course, it's not a fucking sandbox game, then, is it? And I have seen all of these comments a lot. Not just a bit, a lot. Now, it should be pointed out, my current resin handling facility is probably the biggest anyone has ever made, because I got to cheat, you see. Your one is likely to be smaller. And your one, in this patch, your hive mind is liable to break out. Now remember, if you're running off lasers and it breaks out and punches a hole through a critical laser junction, that's what will kill it. Yeah, I mean, Rotten, we've had this discussion on stream before. I mean, there is such a thing as a sandbox, and there is such a thing as a game. But if you look at the definition of a game, it's almost entirely the opposite of the definition of a sandbox. A sandbox game, by definition, you can't win or lose, and you can do whatever you like, right? But GTA is not a sandbox. Oh, but GTA, it's not. You play through a series of missions. You can piss about in the streets if you want to, but that ain't the game. You could steal buses and just race them, but that's not the game. That's not what you do. It's one of the things you can do. FortressCraft, again, it's no more a sandbox than GTA. You know, you've got a series of goals. You've got stuff you need to do. You get on with it and you do it. It's only a sandbox because if you want to, you can just draw like massive cocks using the landscape. Sure, but that's not what the game's about. And again, I have seen that, literally that phrase. It's a sandbox. I should be able to do what I like, and I'm like, it's only a sandbox in the description of the game because that's a kind of an accepted thing for these sort of games as you can. But you have goals to do. You have a base to build. You have a thing. Yeah. Now the problem is, Rotten, open world and sandbox become fairly interchangeable, I've noticed.
Orbital Railgun controller needs 9 million power to fire.
So sandbox and railgun, sandbox and open world kind of becomes synonymous, but they're not. Myron, it's bugged. That's the problem. It is bugged currently. You were never supposed to be able to trivially squidge one in. Thank you for the follow, Kineen.
That's appreciated, sir.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to completely cover it up with that one. Yeah, I don't want to argue with you, Exy, but open world, free or more sandbox, a sandbox, yeah, it is a freed from traditional structure and direction, traditionally found in computer games. Yeah. But literally, the Wikipedia definition goes open world, free roam, or sandbox. And this is it's like we've got Minecraft there. It's so annoying that Minecraft just ends up like turning up here, and it kind of helps. It helps things. It's just. Grumpy old man. I mean, I've got this is pretty much a flat out feed. My point is, if you've kind of got a reasonably minimal defense setup, you may actually find with this next patch you have a bit of an issue. Just want to remind all of you guys, you do have about 2.5 to 3 weeks before you need to before you'll get this patch. So it ain't going to happen tomorrow. You've got a while to fix it. Exactly, Rotten. Many games are a hybrid. FortressCraft is specifically designed as a hybrid game. Yeah, so now you see it's not flipping back to shell mode. It's sticking in tentacle mode. So you can actually get at it a bit easier. But this was because when you reloaded, it's to do with reloading the game, you see. But it does mean, potentially, if you don't keep all the tentacles, it might fire a tentacle that way, and then it can connect to that tentacle. To be honest, if you built your base, your defences in a less stupid way than I have, because mine's pretty stupid, it probably will be okay. Probably. Right, it is time for me to make a build. Fixed some issues with higher tier stockpilers. But if you're worried about it, you have about a month to make your defences better in your base before everybody will get it. So you're okay. I would also like to just remind people the design of the game was never that you were just you would simply skip conveyors and only use pipes. The chances are very high that possibly this month, maybe next month, that you will be required. You will have to worry about hopper knocks, we've been calling them. You weren't ever supposed to basically make Minox go away simply by having nothing but transport pipes and slopes and hoppers. You were supposed to build guns. The idea was that I would train the player from the beginning of the game to have guns and to build guns and defend with guns, and then I can introduce other bad guys. But right now, if I start introducing some other base building bad guys, then you're just going to get completely massacred. But the idea was that the Minox were a way of training the player to defend their base. But what they actually did is they found ways around defending their base. That's okay. I say, as long as you've been playing it properly, it will be fine. Mad, don't forget that the Minox on Minecarts will happen again in 2.5 weeks, 2.5 months. So, should we make a build? Pop the build up. Feel free to test. But the idea is, it's just for later. If you've got, Tom, at the point you are in the game, one Mark III laser will keep you alive forever. Don't worry about it. Right, so I'm going to push that build up on the internet. So remember, if you want to opt into the build, you're totally welcome to. It is not password protected, it is open for all, but for the love of God, back up your world first. Oh, Springer, I don't even need to click that. I know that sound effect. I love that. I love the film more than anything else. Where did you say? Yeah. I love this. It's done so that the content matching doesn't grab it. I used to love this film. Yeah. Yeah. I know the one. Now I've got plans to make some. I've got plans for the railgun stuff. It's going to be a big wind up and then a massive. Like, if you've played Borderlands the pre-sequel, you know that gun sound. Yeah, totally. Don't worry. We haven't done the sound yet. That ain't coming yet. We've just done a few bits. Again, the plan is to make this as cool and as impressive as I can, so people are like, "Whoa, that's awesome!" Quite important. Okay, build uploaded, and gonna make it live. Not on the dedicated server. Risky and dangerous. Remember, risky, dangerous. Not tested either. So, that pack is now live for everyone. Please do play with it. Please do let me know what you think. Tomorrow we're going to quickly, over an hour or two, we're going to make the we're going to make the railgun buildable for normal people. That's patrons only. Please note this is a patron only thing because it's part of the Adventures Pack. So you're going to get access to the railgun if you are a patron. Then I will be doing something else. So I'm going to have a play with this salvage game. No canon. It goes like this. Vanilla game, Orbital Energy Transmitter. Frozen Factory, C5 Cryo Spawn Kills. Adventures Pack, Orbital Railgun. It is the third endgame, and it was going to be significantly bigger than the previous ones. So, enjoy that. Just a reminder though, if you want to play with the this stuff before release, it's still minimum 6 weeks, I guess, maybe a bit more. Then you need to be a patron. And you'll get some cool shit. There's also new skins, by the way. So if you are currently a patron, you probably get access to all the new skins. Now, I'm afraid they will probably get taken away from you, I think, depending on how I wrote the code. But you can certainly play with them for now. Right. Oh, fuck. Thank you for your support. Thank you to Eric J. Malley, by the way, for being a patron. And even more thank you, Eric J. Malley, for not being a $10 patron. That makes you, like, totally awesome. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Have fun on the patch. Let me know how it goes. Remember, this is the time to give feedback on the changes, not just for release. Now is the time. That's too easy. That's too hard. That's too difficult. Blah, 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 blah. Other than that, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. Bye for now.